A trip out to Chatham for Wareham didn't go the way that the Gatemen thought it would. An 11-6 loss to the Anglers yesterday. But the Gatemen are back home today at Spillane Field to battle against the Mariners at 6 o'clock. Alongside Cory Miller, I'm Josh Richardson. Cory, let's take a walk.
Let's do it.
So it seems like for the Gatemen, this is a game that's going to be pretty crucial for the success, down the line of this season. Harwich and them have split the season series so far, one apiece. But these are two teams that kind of struggle to get on base. So I feel like the question's really going to end up being, who can reach first base more?
Yeah, it's been two low-scoring matchups the first two contests, as you mentioned. So the winner tonight's likely going to be the team that breaks that trend. These are the two worst teams in the whole Cape League in terms of getting on base. The Gatemen have a higher average, so the numbers favor them. But again, we look at a guy like Levi Clark, has 3 home runs this summer. They've all been solo shots. So he is getting guys on base and then driving them home instead of just playing station to station, just get a run or two, try and have that big inning offensively.
Well, what's going to be really important also is that Harwich, one of the top teams across all of Cape Cod in ERA, so that pitching staff is really good and shown it throughout the first 2 games. Wareham on the other side struggled a little bit in that department. 11 runs given up to Chatham, 9 in the first 3 innings. So something has to change on that end if Wareham's going to come away with the win.
It obviously does start with Caden McDonald, the starting pitcher tonight for the Gatemen. The Gatemen bullpen was very impressive yesterday. Once they came into the game, really limited the damage late in the game, gave their squad a chance offensively to get back into the game. So if McDonald can start strong, the bullpen has been there. Post to 0 early on, let your offense try and get guys on base, go to work, get an early lead.
For more on that bullpen, our Rayna Maggelet is talking here to Jacob Faulkner.
I'm Rayna Maggelet, joined alongside Wareham Gatemen right-handed pitcher Jacob Faulkner. So Jacob, the other day you got to participate in the first ever Cape Cod Draft League game in Citi Field. What was that experience like for you?
I mean, it was awesome. The stadium's huge. Everybody there was sick as well. So just being able to be on a field like that, especially like when you're not a professional player, is an honor that not many people get. So I thought it was amazing.
You recently just transferred to Vanderbilt. What from here on the Cape are you going to bring with you over to Tennessee?
I guess a little bit of work ethic. Being out here teaches you a lot about yourself and what you need to prepare. So especially going from Princeton to Vanderbilt, obviously higher expectations, a lot more work to do and everything. So, I'm really excited. Hopefully I can bring everything I've learned and see how it goes.
Final question, dream walk-up song, what would it be?
I've been using Levels by Big X the Plug for a couple years, so the clean version, obviously. So, yeah, probably that.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rayna, and happy birthday! For more on tonight's contest, you can catch Cory and I on Cape League TV and on YouTube for first pitch at 6 o'clock.
Diamonds that fake, your words are sinking. Die in my chest. What are you thinking?
Back at Spillane Field, the second of 6 straight games for the Gatemen. A loss to Chatham yesterday, 11-6 the Gatemen fell to the Anglers, and now a chance to right the ship against the Mariners from Harwich today.
It's going to start with the pitching, as we talked about. After you went down 9-0 to the Anglers yesterday, the offense tried to get Wareham back in the game, but just too much of a mountain to climb when you're coming all the way back from a 9-run deficit. If you can get out to a good start with Caden McDonald on the mound, the offense maybe gets you in front early, a chance to bounce back.
You mentioned the pitching matchup. You mentioned McDonald. Let's talk about that, and let's get a look at what that pitching matchup really entails. Caden McDonald versus his college teammate, Luke McNeely. Couple arms that have made some appearances on the mound for their respective squads. It's going to be a good one on the bump tonight.
It sure will be, and two guys, as we talked about the college teammates. We've talked about McDonald with his Gateman teammate Hayden Yost, but now two guys who are primarily pitchers for the Florida Gators. McDonald obviously has that two-way ability. This is really his first time starting and DHing in the lineup. We've seen him a little bit used as a reliever and in that DH role. So interesting to see how that changes his approach both on the mound and at the plate. And McNeely getting his second start of the summer now against the Gatemen.
Yeah, this will be McDonald's fourth appearance of the season. Hasn't gone longer than an inning and two-thirds yet. So interesting to see how Ryan Smythe elects to play that. Is he going to be, used more as a starter, get a little extended? And he'll have to do it against a Mariners lineup that has been reeling a little bit as of late when you look at the overall numbers. The Mariners sit 6-6-2, third place in the East Division. And going down the line, Trey Broussard leads it off, followed by Tanner Marsh and Jake Coonan, Maddox Maloney, Matt Conti, and D. Kennedy, the 4-5-6. And rounding it out, Sam Harris, Aiden Robbins, and Nico Brini as well. A lot of righties in this Mariners lineup.
A lot of righties and not a lot of guys who are hitting up in the batting average in terms of statistically. The team overall, it's hitting 189. That's last across the Cape. They've scored 47 runs. That's ninth. 83 hits. That's last as well. So as you talked about, the offense for Harwich is reeling. So chance for McDonald in his first start of the summer for the Gatemen to really set the tone early.
Nobody in this, only one person in this Mariners lineup is hitting above 220 so far this season. That's Tanner Marsh. He'll hit second. So certainly not a whole lot of offense. However, on the other side, something we talked about in the open, Cory, was that this is a Mariners team that has a very good pitching staff, both rotation and bullpen.
And that's why if you're McDonald, set the tone early. Don't let the Mariners finally find their groove offensively.
Well, here's his first pitch. And Broussard tries to score up a bunt, and it goes foul.
And when you're a team that's not swinging the bats offensively, you're going to try different things to kickstart your offense. Trying to drop a bunt to start the game, certainly a possibility.
Mentioned Harwich 6-6-2. Wareham is now 6-8 this summer. Split the season series so far against the Mariners. A 5-2 win in Game 1 and then a 3-2 walk-off loss in the second set. Those came within about a week of each other. Broussard digs in. McDonald deals. Chopper down the first baseline, foul.
Both of those games obviously close, both pretty low scoring. That 3-2 walk-off loss came on a wild pitch in the ninth. So if you're the Gatemen, especially when the other team has got good pitching in terms of their starting staff and bullpen, try and get ahead early. Don't want a close contest late in the game.
0-2, misses upstairs. Defense behind McDonald. Levi Clark in left, Cruson in center, Andrew Kane in right. Infield going third to first, Stripling, Sheehan, Gargett, and McHugh. With Hunter Carnes behind the dish. That ball flared over into left field, drifting along the line and foul.
You mentioned it, Josh. First start of the summer for McDonald. Hasn't gone a ton out of the bullpen. Did pick up that save in the Gatemen's 2-1 win over Brewster. Right now, though, it seems like maybe Wareham building him up, getting him set for this start. But the approach is going to be different because he's probably going to go more than just a couple innings, ideally.
Gateman only had to use 3 pitchers yesterday. 1-2, misses in the dirt. Only 3 yesterday against Chatham, 11-6 loss for Wareham. So certainly a lot of arms at Ryan Smythe and Eric Luxus's disposal. Broussard, the rising junior at the University of Houston. His 2-2 misses high.
And of the few positives you could take from yesterday's loss, the fact that you really didn't have to burn 5-6 arms in a game in which you allowed 11 runs. One of the positives, so the bullpen's mostly going to be fresh. Broussard right here has done a nice job working the count.
Payoff pitch. Lined over to first and grabbed. Quick reflexes from Chris McHugh. And a line out to first is the first out here in the top half.
Broussard got a good piece of that one. Worked the count to 3 balls. Got a pitch to hit in the zone. That first step from McHugh so important when there's a ball rocketed as hard as that one is. Barely had any time to react, but a first out for McDonald.
Yeah, 99 miles an hour on the exit velocity there, so a big heater that McHugh had to grab. Here's Tanner Marsh, 364 average so far this summer. 0-1, misses low. Breaking ball misses upstairs. Marsh in his first 3 games for Harwich this season. This is his 4th. 4 for 11. He's reached base safely in all 3 so far. 2-1. This is low.
And Marsh, one of these guys for Harwich, kind of a newer addition. He's played 3 games. You look at 7-8 in the lineup. Sam Harris, 4 games. Aiden Robbins, 3 games as well. So some new additions, but they're still waiting them for really to get going and spur the bats.
Liner up the middle and down for a hit. It drops in front of Cruson. 1 out single for the Mariners here in the first.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 5.
So Marsh brings that hit streak now to 4 in his first 4 games. Certainly somebody to watch out for the Gatemen defensively.
Pitch that stayed up in the zone, hung up enough for Marsh to get his hands extended on that one, flared into center field.
He stole 18 bases in 56 games this past year at Liberty. Dangerous on the Pats. First pitch to McDonald, breaking ball in the zone, strike 1.
Much better spot for that breaking ball, lower in the zone. Much lower chance that right-handed bat could get around, put it back up the middle.
Coonan DHing tonight. 200 hitter this summer. Check over. Medium-sized lead for Marsh over at first. Coonan takes the breaking ball.
Good to see McDonald establish that early in counts. That vertical curveball, mid-70s on the velocity typically. Then it gives him an ability to throw that fastball that touches 95 later in counts.
0-2 here. Fastball upstairs misses. That one up to 92 miles an hour. That's what he's topped out at so far. McDonald kicks and deals. Runner goes outside. Carnes, throw down, is in time. Nice delivery from Hunter Carnes. Guns down the runner. 2 outs here in the first.
And when you're a team that's struggling, again, you're going to try and get guys in motion to spur that offense. A pitch that was a little bit outside, but when you're throwing a 92-mile-per-hour fastball and Carnes has to stand up anyways, it worked out well in the Gateman's favor. Nice throw.
2-2 misses upstairs. We've seen Levi Clark behind the plate, catch a few runners stealing. Not a whole lot out of Carnes in that department, but good to know that both catchers rostered for the Gateman squad have that ability when runners are in motion. Payoff pitch. Cut on and missed. Breaking ball fools Coonan. And McDonald faces the minimum here in the first. 1-2-3 heading into the home half.
That Gateman strikeout is brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exaferris, and
Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
There hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player. You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
Caden McDonald took care of business in the top half of the first, and now we head into the home half. First chance for the Gatemen to get some runs on the board, and it'll come with the top of the order, Cruson, Clark, and Kane, 1-2-3.
A chance to get some early runs and try and bounce back, reset the tone after last night's 9-0 start against Chatham. Going to be a lot easier said than done against Luke McNeely, who's been really sharp this summer for the Mariners in his second start now against the Gatemen this summer. ERA's down at 1.29, but this top of the order can get something going, especially Levi Clark, a chance for the Gatemen to set the tone out of the gate.
McNeely, part of that promising rotation that Harwich has built so far this summer, goes across the entire team. Really is just impressive. Lowest ERA across all of Cape Cod. First pitch strike into Cruson. 2.45 the Mariners hoist. 125 innings, 135 strikeouts. Cruson fouls that one back.
You went 3 innings, allowed 1 earned run last time out against the Gatemen. A guy who pitched a lot of out of the bullpen looks this past spring. So again, how has the length changed from his last start against Wareham to this start? We'll see if the length is any different.
0-2, line back up the middle and down. Cruson fights it off and splits the middle infield. Leadoff man on here in the first for the Gatemen.
Cruson had 2 hits last night, picking up right where he left off last night. Just able to get enough on that hit to get it out of the reach of Marsh. And now with Levi Clark up at the plate with the runner on at base. Prime opportunity for a guy who's swinging a red-hot bat.
Takes the first pitch low. You said it, Cory. Swinging a hot bat. Home runs in back-to-back games. Both of them opposite field as well. He has the power, slugging over 600 so far this summer. 1-0 takes downstairs at 87.
He's got the 3 homers now, but he's only at 4 RBIs. That's because all 3 of his home runs have been solo shots. So when he's hitting second, obviously, to start the game, only one guy can get on ahead of him. But the more traffic you have on base with him at the plate, the more runs he can drive in.
2-0 fastball at 94 on the outside corner. You mentioned that, and the only other RBI that he has of the 4, he has the 3 solo home runs. The other one came on a ground out, so, just hasn't had a whole lot of, production in front of him to really get that going. Fastball finds the corner again.
And he's going to get really dangerous when you on more guys for him to drive in. Gives you a chance to make it a more lopsided score.
Runner goes. Throw down is not going to happen, as Conti can't field it on the transfer. An easy 90 for Cruson. He moves into scoring position.
Cruson came into this game leading the Gatemen with 5 stolen bases, now up to 6. McNeely pitched a good at-bat to Levi Clark, just fired a bunch of fastballs, located them really well in the outside corner. Clark's got great plate coverage, but just pitches he wasn't really interested in swinging at, and a big out to retire Levi Clark.
Clark, the first out, down looking. McNeely delivers, misses down and inside for Kane. Kane, one of those new arrivals that Wareham has been able to bring in over the last few days. Comes in with his college teammate Breifogel, chops that one over to Marsh at second. Cruson over to third, and an easy 4-3 for the second out.
And this is a spot now where if the Gatemen can capitalize on even more, I think the runs start to ratchet up even more, which is you get the leadoff runner on. How can you continue to advance him and score him when you have no one out? You got 2 outs now, but still he's 90 feet away.
Well, those 3 big innings, 4th, 5th, and 6th in the game yesterday against Chatham, the Gatemen put up 4 total runs in those 3 innings, mainly because the leadoff man got on in all 3 instances. 2 walks and a hit between the 3 innings. 1-0 misses inside.
It's one thing to get that leadoff man on. They've gotten some of them in, but when you can continuously get men on base, that's when you start to have the potential for a really big inning to flip the scoreboard.
2-0 to McHugh. Skies one into shallow infield. Marsh calls off the troops under it and makes the grab. Cruson stranded at third. The Gatemen get one on, but no luck in the end. Still scoreless heading into the top half of the second on Cape League TV. Getting a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website, www.rkm-law.com. Middle of the Mariners order, ready to face McDonald for his second inning of action. Maloney, Conti, and Kennedy. Marsh had that one-out single, caught stealing. Coonan struck out shortly after. So still the minimum face so far for McDonald, the solid first inning.
Both sides got runners on base, but these two Florida Gator right-handers were able to pitch out of trouble. Obviously, the caught stolen base, Carnes nabbing Marsh at second help, but McDonald has looked sharp early on. Sometimes he's going with the fastball early in counts. He's mixed that up, going with a breaking ball fastball once he gets two strikes on the hitter. And what could be a pitcher's duel, trying to carry that momentum over here in the second.
McDonald will DH later on in this Gateman lineup. He's hitting 7th tonight. 4th appearance, first start. His first pitch to Maloney is taken up and in for a fastball.
Maloney's a guy that I think Harwich really has a lot of faith in, that he can get going at just 205, but the 3 games we've seen him with Harwich now really has all been in the middle of the order for the shortstop.
1-0, lined over into left field and down. Maloney wastes no time, gets a hit there. His 10th of the season, leads the team, and a runner on base early in the second for Harwich.
When the guy who's leading your team in hits is only hitting 205, that's not the greatest sign offensively, but that's what the Mariners would love to see more of. Just got a pitch in the zone, turned and burned. Some hard contact to start the inning.
Well, he started off the season really hot, but then since then, his last 4 games, 2 for 18. Now a chance to get back on track here. Breaking ball in to Conti. He also leads the team in strikeouts, so something for McDonald to take note of. I'm sure he already has, as well as the rest of this pitching staff. Conti catching right behind him, batting 5th. His 0-1, hammered into center field. Cruson drifts back just near the wall, and he makes the grab. Backpedals and tosses it back in towards the infield for a quick out, number 1.
Conti got around on that one pretty quickly. Looked like inner part of the plate. Conti able to get a good portion of the barrel to that one. Back-to-back hard contact to begin this inning for McDonald. Been able to get ahead of hitters, but glad to come away with at least 1 out after the base hit by Maloney.
Maloney on first. Here's D. Kennedy. McDonald's first pitch. Fastball in the zone, strike 1. We've seen a lot of warning track power here so far this summer, Cory. This now being the 15th game of the season. Not a whole lot of home runs. Van Schayen had the one against YD back in the first week of the season. Sometimes a lot of doubles, some long triples. Ty Daly's hit a few that have almost left the yard, but no dice. Certainly not the smallest park across the Cape. Breaking ball misses upstairs.
To hit one out here, your really best bet's going to pull the ball if you're a lefty and pull it if you're a righty.
Left and right field a lot closer than trying to go dead center.
2-1. Fastball misses low. That's what Sheehan did. Pulled one over that left field wall. Nearly hit the concession stand. Two of those home runs of the 9 came against Harwich, both at White House Field. One off the bat of Hayden Yost in the first matchup, the second off of Levi Clark. One of 3 home runs that tonight's left fielder has this year. Payoff pitch to Kennedy. Chopper over to third, but foul.
And if you look at the batting practice for the Gatemen, that spray chart, and especially balls that leave the yard, it's a lot of shots to left field, maybe a little bit left center, and then the lefties going to their pull side, hitting it over the fence in right field. So it's obviously a challenge to go dead center, as we've talked about.
Maybe not as difficult as it is in Orleans, I'll tell you that. 3-2, runner goes, fouled off.
That's for sure.
Yeah, what was it, 435 to dead center
Yep.
at Orleans?
We talked about the dimensions almost looking like a square kind
Yeah.
of, but
Much more of a rounded out outfield here at Spillane. 3-2 again. In the air, over into left center. Drifting back goes Clark. Cruson looks up, it's at the wall. Maloney rounds third, he's heading home. Cutoff throw is not in time. Sheehan tried to deliver it, but just offline for Hunter Carnes. And Maloney comes around to score from first on the RBI double from D. Kennedy.
we were just talking about home runs, Josh. D. Kennedy just missed that one off the wall in left center field. One of the deeper parts of the ballpark. He got a good trajectory off of the bat. It was a good relay throw home, too, by the Gateman. But when you have a ball that's hit off of the wall and it doesn't carry him that much out to the left fielder, it's going to be tough to get a runner who gets a pretty good jump on the ball.
Kennedy had a pinch hit home run against Bourne Sunday night earlier this week. So it may not have left the yard, but certainly has the power. That was his 6th RBI of the season. Pulls him out of a tie between him and Kyle Wolf for the most on the Harwich squad. He stands on second with 1 out, with McDonald now delivering to Sam Harris. His 1-0 misses downstairs.
A good thing for McDonald this inning has been that he's been locating, but I think the bad thing's obviously the loud contact. Leadoff single by Maloney hit hard. Conti got into one, didn't miss it a whole lot to center. Then D. Kennedy just a couple of feet away from a home run to left center.
McDonald delivers a 2-0. Harris tried to check his swing, but he went around. The 3 appearances, I should say, for McDonald this season. 2 of them pretty good, just 1 not so much. Flair over to short, and Sheehan under it to make the grab. McDonald this year went 1 2/3, 4 hits, no runs against Hyannis. Struck out 3 against Brewster. He had the save. That was back last week, just on Friday. But that middle appearance came against YD at Red Wilson Field. 1 inning, 4 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned. Walked 1 and struck out none. Now with that second out here in the second, he's tied his season long for innings pitched. First one misses outside to Aiden Robbins.
We were talking about how this has played here at Spillane Field, more of a pitcher-friendly ballpark. Well, Red Wilson Field, certainly a hitter-friendly ballpark.
It didn't help his case.
It didn't, but the numbers indicate that he's going to let guys swing the bats off him, but he'll need his defense to make some plays.
1-0 just outside. And his defense making plays has been something that's been talked about a lot. Gateman players, Gateman coaches. Ryan Smythe said after the Chatham loss, we've got to clean up the defense. Just everything has to be a little bit sharper. Try and win some of these games. Fastball at 90 finds the zone.
And the runs have to be kept to a minimum. Obviously, that wasn't the case last night, but the Chatham pitching staff not on the better side in terms of ERA in the league. Bottom 5. That's not the case here with Harwich, number 2 in the league with a 2.45 ERA.
Couple looks at Kennedy, and now deals home. Lined over to third, Stripling, diving grab, across the diamond in time. Vacuum from Landon Stripling at the hot corner, gets the putout, and ends the inning for the Mariners. 1-run put up off the bat of Kennedy. He's left stranded on second. Wareham with a chance to respond in the home half on Cape League TV.
If you need to dig, lift, move, grade, clear, or cut, pump, weld, clean, light, and just about anything else, dial up the rental source for the newest and the most reliable equipment in New England. Staffed with equipment and construction experts, Milton Rents, your local source.
As the sponsor of tonight's game, PCT Federal Credit Union is proud to root for the home team. We're thrilled to offer great rates on auto loans, home equity lines of credit, and so much more. Visit us on Cranberry Highway in West Wareham.
Reed Custom Soils, a subsidiary of the AD Makepeace Company, is New England's most experienced precision soil blender. Reed is the leading provider of the lightweight planting soil for green roof installations, stabilized stone dust for nature paths and pedestrian walkways, bioretention rain garden soils, and specialized soils for athletic fields, including your newly renovated Spillane Field. To learn more, visit reedcustomsoils.com.
Five, 6, 7 for the Gatemen, trying to respond after Harwich plated one on the double from D. Kennedy. One of the guys who came up to bat in the first for Wareham, Levi Clark, he struck out looking, but he's been swinging a very hot bat lately. He's got 3 homers this season, back-to-back games with one, first against Orleans, then Chatham. His first of them came against Harwich, so somebody to watch out for. He's second across all of Cape Cod slugging and OPS. And for a team that just lost Ty Daly, a huge bat to hopefully continue to be hot in the middle of this lineup. Gargett another, he singles over into left center.
Yeah, Levi Clark's kind of what you call an aircraft carrier and someone you can construct a roster around. And he's shown that all-around talent defensively, too. Came in hitting .316. Leader in home runs. He leads the team with runs scored as well. So he's getting on base. Again, it's how can you take advantage of having him on your runners on, but he's doing his part on both sides of the ball.
One runner on for Landon Stripling. First pitch fastball at 93 finds the corner.
Josh, you called him a vacuum last inning after he made that great diving defensive play at third base, possibly saving a run, and that's just business as normal for him.
Gargett goes, throw down from Conti is not in time.
I mean, we have just seen so many great defensive plays from Landon Stripling the past few weeks. Almost reminds you of the human vacuum cleaner, Brooks Robinson at third base, who I think is the greatest defensive player in the history of baseball.
That's
16 gold gloves.
I can't really argue that one. 1-1 to Stripling. Chopper up the middle. Maloney called off by Marsh, and Stripling out at first. Gargett over to third, and now a man 90 feet away with less than 2 outs here for Wareham.
So this is where you need a run. Help yourself out if you're Caden McDonald. Doesn't have to be a home run, doesn't even have to be a hit, but at least try and get something in the air on the ground somewhere to score this run. Credit Gargett, the single and the stolen base. Stripling did his job to advance them, and you have to tie the game up right now early on.
The infield appearing like they'll concede a run, not playing in on the grass. And that's the thing with Stripling. You know, his defense all season has been there, but it's really progressed over these last few days. His bat's been picking up a lot, too. 3 for 3 against YD last weekend. Batting average entering today up over 200 at 217. McDonald's is at 214, but an on base of nearly 500. Fastball outside corner.
Yeah, and we've talked about it, but Stripling at third, not really his background is as a third baseman, kind of had to adjust. Played a lot of first, some DH, and he has made that adjustment look seamless the past few games.
McDonald lines one over into right field and past the diving glove of Marsh. Gargett scores, and this game's back up knotted at 1 thanks to the RBI single from Caden McDonald.
Help yourself out, Caden McDonald, tying this game up with an RBI base hit. The approach was fantastic. When you have a runner on at third, no matter the situation, it's going to be a lot easier to possibly get the play out at the plate if you hit it to the two corner infielders. Think going back up the middle. McDonald, that inside-out swing to go the other way and get the Gateman on the board tonight.
You mentioned it, Corey. That was all he needed to do. Either just put something into the air, into the outfield, something on the ground, anything that would be, even a productive out, but he gets the single out of it to bring up Hunter Carnes. Carnes not off to the greatest start this summer. Of course, not a whole lot of at-bats. Lines one over into right field. There goes Brini. It's at the wall, and it's down in fair territory. McDonald halts at third. And maybe that bat from Carnes is going to start heating up. He gets a double in 2 in scoring position with 1 out here for the Gatemen.
Really great approach by Carnes. Had been chasing a little bit his past couple of games. Knowing that McNeely has been trying to pitch those righties on the outside corner. Got a pitch, lower third, outer part of the plate. Just went with it, a beautiful swing to go the other way. Hit it where it's pitched, not trying to roll over, produce a double play ball. And the Gateman right now clicking offensively in the second.
91 miles an hour exit velocity for Carnes there. Brings up Sheehan, hitting 9th in this order. Takes the pitch downstairs. The potential of Sheehan's bat is there. He's shown it a couple times so far this summer, but just kind of waiting for something to click and have it be a little bit more consistent. Marsh has 1 play on the grounder. McDonald scores, and the Gatemen take a 2-1 lead.
We've talked about productive versus unproductive outs a lot this summer. At the very least, even if you're not going to get on with the base hit or a walk, the ability to drive a run in as opposed to striking out or popping out. When you're facing a team like Harwich that has been so effective on the pitching mound, you have to value each of those runs so dearly. And now to take the lead, even if it is only the second inning, great job of the Gatemen offensively.
Breaking ball misses downstairs. That's just Sheehan's second RBI of the season. His other one was the solo home run over into left field back in the first week of the year. May not have been a hit, but certainly an opportunity where, maybe you see that, you're putting bat on ball, and it's still productive. Feel more confident coming up to bat.
And you saw the fist bumps he was getting headed back into the dugout. Everyone knows that that's a productive out and a big RBI to come through with 2 runners in scoring position to drive at least one of them in. Give your team the lead.
Well, Cruson still has 1 in scoring position. It's Carnes. He's over at third, and a check swing foul ball puts the count at 1-2. Cruson led off the first with a single, stole second. Left stranded after that. Trying to bring Carnes home. Big hack and a miss. Cruson down on strikes, ends the second, but Wareham responds and then some. 2-1 lead for the Gatemen entering the third here on Cape League TV. Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency.
Get ready for big results with our small machines. With more power, performance, comfort, and savings. They're ready for every job. And we're ready with plenty of inventory, the best support in the business, same-day parts availability, and locations across the Northeast. So you can always be ready to work. Milton Cat, always ready.
When it comes to protecting your home, car, or business, trust the team that's been covering our community for generations. For personalized coverage and service that you can count on, the choice is easy. It's Morse, of course. Visit morseins.com today.
Game for the Gateman team. Church in the Pines meets.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
A-plus repair. Big inning offensively for the Gatemen. Wareham takes a 2-1 lead over Harwich alongside Cory Miller, Josh Richardson on hand. 9-1-2 in the Mariners' order. Breeny, Broussard, and Marsh trying to answer right back against McDonald, who now has a season high in a single game for innings pitched at 2. Breeny hits one straight up in the air and drifting over and out of play. Carnes tried to give it a chase. It's got to be pretty difficult. You know, your first 3 appearances this season have been out of the bullpen, and then you have to say, hey, you're going in and starting. A lot of appearances out of the bullpen at Florida this past season for McDonald as well, so can't be the easiest of situations.
It's a completely different approach.
0-1, chopper over to first. McHugh plays it on 2 hops and wins the race to the bag for out number 1.
Because when you're coming in out of the bullpen, most of the scenarios you get that adrenaline rush, and you're really going to be all out for an inning, maybe 2, and that's going to be it. But when you're a starter, you try and carry over that adrenaline rush over several innings and be efficient with your pitch count, too. You just can't empty the tank within the first 2 innings.
Second time through the order, breaking ball misses downstairs to Broussard. And with your arsenal, too. You don't want to give away all the rabbits that you have in your hat. Maybe keep something in your back pocket for, you know, a pitch that you might need down the line. Broussard hits that one into right field for a 1-out base hit.
And the Mariners so far tonight are seeing McDonald's pitches fairly well. I think you just have to be pretty intentional about your command, not leaving that fastball up in the zone too often. Maybe using the breaking ball, then going with a fastball up in the zone. But right now, a lot of hard contact for the Mariners. Broussard following trend, turning on a pitch in the zone to get a runner on base again for the Mariners.
Yeah, that one right down the middle for McDonald. Broussard 1 for 2 now. He's got a pretty big lead over at first. And McDonald checks on the runner. Ball dips out of the glove of McHugh. Broussard lined over to McHugh back in the first, so he hit that one pretty hard, 99 off the bat. McHugh right there along that line to make the grab. Now Marsh, who had that single back up the middle. First pitch, big hack and a miss. Broussard's got a big lead. He's tied for second on the team in stolen bases. Now another check over late.
We saw Marsh in the first try to get to second. Carnes cut him down on the caught stealing attempt, but again, it makes sense for the Mariners given their inefficiency to produce runs.
He goes. Carnes loses it on the transfer. And Broussard advances another 90 feet with the stolen base.
Broussard's so fast, he got a really good jump there, so it would have been tough for Carnes to throw him out anyways. Just a tough break on that transfer. Couldn't get into that right hand, throwing hand cleanly.
And even still, he advances the second. He's got a pretty big secondary lead over at second, too, so Stripling certainly has to be aware. Over at third, He tries and swipe it. Here's Marsh with 2 strikes. Breaking ball lined over into right field and down. Lands in front of Kane. Broussard holds it third, and they're on the corners with 1 out here in the third to bring up Jake Coonan, who struck out swinging to end the first.
That's going to be one of the rare situations where you have someone in Broussard with his speed, as you mentioned, that big secondary, where a ball hit to the outfield's not going to be able to score him. Marsh got a good piece of that pitch going the other way, so the velocity and the time it got to Kane, you're just not going to send a runner, risk that play at the plate on a ball hit that hard. But the trend of hard-hit base hits continues for the Mariners here in the third.
Kane in right field, but also plays third, so you know he's got to have a pretty good arm to make those tosses across the infield time after time. Certainly could play into why Broussard is standing at third and not in to score the tying run here. 2-1 lead for the Gatemen here in the third. They're on the corners. 1-0. Skips in the dirt. Coonan ahead, 2 balls, no strikes.
You've talked about it a lot, Josh, the 2-strike hits or lack thereof right there. Had 2 strikes on Marsh, threw a really good curveball to get that second strike located on the outside corner, just losing him on a pitch over the plate.
McDonald delivers, breaking ball fouled off.
And it's going to be really important how he locates that breaking ball. You saw it right there. Coonan way out in front of it, probably setting fastball. So how can you get these Mariners hitters off the timing of the fastball to try and use that heater effectively?
2-1, breaking ball, upstairs, got him swinging there. Now it's 2-2. Big spot for McDonald. Tying run 90 feet away, less than 2 outs. Delivers and fouled off again. Coonan stays alive, fastball at 90.
Better spot to have it right there just above the belt. Going to be really tough, especially with 2 strikes to a hitter, for a hitter to square up a fastball of that height up.
Coonan's got 5 RBIs so far this summer. Runner goes sky high over into right field. Kane might have a chance at a double play. Grabs it, now tosses home. Play at the plate is not in time. Sac fly from Jake Coonan helps score Broussard, and this game back up even. Knotted 2-2 here in the third.
Broussard's speed making that run come in to score possible. Obviously the stolen base, but that ball off the bat of Coonan not struck particularly well and pretty shallow into right field. So that's why it set up the play at the plate. Wondered at first if they would send Broussard to begin with, but again, his speed, his jump really makes it possible for the Mariners to tie this game up here in the third.
It's only 85 miles an hour off the bat. As that one's hit by Maloney into right center. And under it is Kane. He makes the grab, and that retires the side. Heading into the home half of the third, knotted at 2. Harwich plates another here on Cape League TV.
Wareham-based AD Makepeace Company, founded in 1854, is North America's largest cranberry grower and recognized leader in environmentally responsible real estate development and land stewardship. For 171 years, AD Makepeace Company has supported community events and organizations like your Wareham Gatemen. Visit admakepeace.com to learn more.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be the official banking partner of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Cape Cod 5 offers a broad range of financial products and services tailored for every stage in your financial journey. Reach out to us. We're here to help.
For a good piece of glass, call Abby. Located at 3 Tyler Ave in East Wareham. Call Abbey Glass and Locks about getting a free quote for your windows, doors, locks, and other glass needs.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we know there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. Now that's how we all win. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning. Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
McNeely back on the mound. Clark gets his second AB of the day. 2-2 here in the third. Wareham trying to take the lead right back. Harwich came in with that lowest ERA across all of Cape Cod, just under 2.5. Already surrendered 2 today as Clark fouls that one off. Wareham certainly getting some good looks so far, but now you just have to kind of keep that train rolling.
Especially given how Harwich has swung their bats on the offensive side, almost breaking trend, 2 early runs for the Gatemen, but the Mariners connecting on a lot of McDonald's pitches.
Fastball misses outside. Harwich came in not one of the best hitting teams across all of Cape Cod when you look at the averages. Dead last at 195. Wareham at 229 in 6th. McNeely deals home his 1-1, hit down the right field line and drifting at a play foul. Second at bat for Clark. He's been really good this season, Cory.
He really has been, and an opportunity now. McNeely in his second start against the Gatemen. These Gatemen hitters have seen a lot of his pitches.
Skies one into the shallow outfield. Marsh and Maloney drifting back. Who's going to make the catch? Nobody does. The Bermuda Triangle over in center helps Levi Clark reach first on the single and extends his hit streak to 4 games.
Even Breeny in right field, he wanted to make it like the Bermuda rectangle with 4 people converging right there. Just kind of the perfect place at the perfect time. And in an ideal world, that's an outfielder's ball, especially the center fielder Broussard. But the route he took to the ball right there, going into right center field with the sun out now, doesn't look like he saw it all that well.
Kane hits one into right field. Drifting back is Robbins. Squares it up and makes the catch. Certainly attacking McNeely early for a guy that's pitched pretty well so far this summer for Harwich. Gateman seemed to have found something early on.
And if he's starting the Gateman hitters with a lot of fastballs, he's up there with the velocity, typically mid-90s. So it's there, but if he's going to locate that fastball in and around the zone, why not try and hit? It could be the best pitch you see the entire at-bat.
Delivery to McHugh misses upstairs at 95, so fastball getting up there. That single from Clark was only 79 miles an hour off the bat, but 97 on the release from McNeely. So it certainly gets up there. Breaking ball in the zone, count even a ball and a strike to McHugh, who popped out over to Marsh at second to end the first. Cory, he's only hitting .222 this summer so far, but an .819 OPS, mainly because almost a majority of his hits have come as home runs.
Yeah, the 2 shots, 3 RBIs. Now, when he gets going consistently, it's going to be a force to reckon with.
1-2, fouls it up and out of play.
Because he has that ability, even though he hits for a lot of power, to really shorten up the swing. We've seen on one of his singles, he just goes the other way. I think fouling off that pitch off his leg the other night didn't help him, even though he's back and looks like healthy. He's got that shin guard on right now.
1-2, outside, check over to Clark at first, just a little late. Expect to see McHugh really as the everyday first baseman at this point, maybe a few nights off here and there, but Ty Daly gone, preparing for the MLB draft. He played over at first base a lot. McHugh squares one over into right field, and a long run for Breeny. He can't get there. Some pretty weak contact hits for the Gatemen here in the third, but 2 on and 1 out for Wareham, trying to capitalize and take the lead right back.
The jump from Levi Clark right there was extremely impressive. Off the bat, wasn't sure if that would hang up for Brini. He tried to fake it at the last minute, holding his glove up, but Clark was already down to second. And it's a situation where if he hangs up, there's a possible play at second. Brini trying to throw there then to get the force, but Clark read that beautifully all the way, knew that ball was going to get down.
Gargett squares Babun and pulls it back in time. Pitch misses low. Doesn't help the angle of the sun currently, just all the way over in right field, so Brini has to fight it. He's got his glove up right now, trying to just shield it off and see the outcome of the 1-0 pitch to Gargett. McNeely deals, and it's a breaking ball over the heart of the plate. 6:51 the time. Something that the Gatemen didn't have to deal with yesterday with the 7 o'clock start in Chatham. Sun was already down, although not a whole lot of sun out in Veterans Field. Pretty overcast, but beautiful tonight from Spillane. Gargett fouls that one up and out of play.
Yeah, nice to see the sun come out after it's been overcast for much of the past 2 days. And in an ideal world, the Gatemen were able to escape the fog from Chatham yesterday, play a full 9-inning game. Hopefully that can carry over here tonight. Not usually as big of a problem here in Wareham.
Deal with it a lot. Much further east. 1-2, skips in the dirt and away from Conti. And it'll be an easy 90 feet for both Clark and McHugh advancing into scoring position here in the third.
And this is the guy who went up at the plate now with 2 in scoring position. Leads this Gateman team in RBIs, coming in with 7, 2 waiting in the wings for him right here. He's got 2 strikes, 2 balls. So the approach right now, shorten up a little bit, put something in play, especially up the middle, driving another run, retake the lead.
McNeely delivers 2-2. Big swing and a miss. Gargett fooled on the slider, and he goes down. Unproductive out for Wareham. So it'll be up to Stripling to bring in the 2 men from scoring position.
McNeely pulled the strings on a really nice breaking ball. That late break, McNeely, or Gargett that is, looked like he timed it fairly well, but it was that late break that really sealed the deal, located perfectly on the outer part of the plate.
First pitch to Stripling. Fastball outside corner.
McNeely's getting that call on the fastball. That's really going to set him up nicely, especially to lefties.
Be a pretty good day if McDonald and McNeely can get that call. Big swing and a miss from Stripling. Clark on third, McHugh on second. Tie game here in the third. 0-2 count, 2 outs. McDonald waits on deck. 0-2 upstairs.
Hitting with runners in scoring position, especially less than 2 outs, but in general, so important to win ball games, and a big spot for the Gatemen right here.
1-2, skips in the dirt, and a block from Conti prevents anybody from moving. Stripling works it back to even. Two in the air and fouled up and out of play.
And I think you're seeing why in these 2 strike counts the Gatemen have been so aggressive swinging first pitch fastballs, because it's so tough against McNeely when you have 2 strikes to try and sit on a fastball that's 95 while protect against that killer breaking ball too. Really tough to do when you're down to 2 strikes.
Gateman faithful, just want to see this team capitalize. 2 in scoring position. Stripling went around on the check swing, and that ends the inning. 2 left in scoring position. Keeps this game tied entering the 4th inning. Harwich comes up to bat when we come back on Cape League TV.
Law. Live, life, law. Covering all residential and commercial real estate matters. You live life to the fullest, and let us sync law. That's synklaw.com. Sync with an I, not a Y. Be selfish. We represent only you.
Sports Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
If you can dream it, if you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible.
2-2 here from Spillane Field. Mariners coming up to bat in the top half of the fourth. Let's take a look at what else has been going on across the Cape League. YD with a lead in the middle innings against Falmouth, 8-6. Just had their 9-game win streak snapped yesterday against Katuitt. Chatham leads Brewster 9-4, so the Anglers' bats just continue to roll. Katuitt up on Hyannis in the fourth inning, 2-1. That's big for some West Division standings. Orleans up 2-1 on Bourne early on. Bourne has some runners on the corners, nobody out, so across the league, some scores that'll really could affect the Gatemen, as the season continues to progress now into July. You can pull yourself back within one game to 500. YD holds on against Falmouth. Could be back tied for second place in the West. McDonald out of the game, replacing him, Jacob Faulkner. First pitch, rings inside. And that'll hit the leadoff batter in Conti. McDonald's day done on the mound. And the first pitch from Faulkner ends up with a runner on first.
Obviously not an ideal start for the righty, but I think he's got an opportunity to really pitch well in this one. One of the reasons why the delivery, the repertoire is completely different from Caden McDonald. So you have a guy in McDonald who's going to be low to mid-90s every time when he delivers a fastball. That overhand delivery to someone in Faulkner, much slower on the delivery, the velocity. The delivery is completely different, more sidearm, and a whole different look for the Mariners offense.
First pitch to Kennedy is rocketed over into right or left field. Stripling tried to throw his glove at it and just couldn't come down with it. And the righty Kennedy has his second hit of the day, 2 on, nobody out here in the fourth for Harwich.
I wonder if that caught a piece of his glove. Obviously, when you're leaping up there, you're not going to have complete control of it. A valiant effort by the Gateman third baseman, just out of his reach. Another hard hit for Kennedy, though.
Harris takes a pitch on the outside corner for strike one. It would be a good time for Faulkner to really get back in the flow of things. Had such a great summer last year for the Gatemen, ERA under 2. Started to put it together against YD his last time out. That rings inside and nearly hits Harris, but he gets out of the way. Started off the season struggling. Didn't record an out on opening day against Hyannis. Gave up 2 hits and 2 earned runs. Followed that up against the Red Sox. 4 runs, 1 earned. Slowly but surely been progressing in a positive fashion there. That one lined back up the middle. Diving play. It's through Stripling. And now in comes Conti to score. Sheehan couldn't make the play, and they're on the corners, and Harwich takes a lead here in the fourth.
Faulkner is really trying to get that slider breaking ball in on the hands against Harris, maybe produce a rollover. The problem is he missed way inside on that one ball, then tried to come back in again, but left it out over the plate. Harris didn't get a ton of it, but hard enough hit up the middle, kind of smothered by Shane, which slowed it up into center field, allowed that lead run to score. And now the Mariners trying to make it a big inning.
Hit by pitch and 2 singles. Give the Mariners a lead. Still nobody out here in the fourth. And a breaking ball finds the outside corner to Aiden Robbins. Faulkner, a pretty good year this past season at Princeton, 4.1 ERA. Going to be a grad transfer over to Vanderbilt in the fall. 1-1 outside.
And he has to be around the plate with that location. He starts to miss too far outside, especially on righties. Just non-competitive pitches that they won't swing at, but the stuff and the talent is obviously there with Faulkner.
Goes home, finds the outside corner again, now ahead 1-2. And this is the thing, Cory. Sometimes, that arm angle, that slot that he throws from, some of those breaking pitches that are, on lefties, moving over the right-handed batter's box and then finds the outside part of the plate. It can work well, but then if you leave it in that same spot when you're pitching to a righty, it can ring in, hit Conti. Maybe you can produce a few jam shots, but, high risk, high reward for Faulkner.
Yeah, the approach and the pitch is obviously different righty to lefty. Going to be probably working inside to lefties, outside to righties.
Here's his 1-2, and it misses downstairs. Got him looking. Robbins fooled on the off speed, and a big first out for Stripling here in the fourth.
Really big, kept those last couple pitches down in the zone. Got the call right at the knees, big first out. Again, you can live with a run deficit, but you really have to limit the damage to keep your team and your offense in the game. Have that lefty on righty matchup here, though.
Here's that spot to try and do it against Brainy. He tries to square up a bunt. It's in fair territory. No, it's foul. Rick Antonio said that one moved over the plate and out of the field of play. So Brainy now down 0-1, and he'll do it again.
Interesting approach with already one out in the inning, but a situation where you can try and maybe produce a throw to first, maybe score a run. Or if you place the bunt pretty perfectly, try and beat it out for a base hit.
Stripling is in, just a step beyond the infield grass. Chopper over to third, stays fair. Stripling tosses over and gets it in time. Harris moves over to second. It'll be 2 in scoring position. Kennedy had to stay put. It'll be up to Broussard and the rest of the top of the Mariners' order to try and get these runs home.
And that's just another really impressive play from Stripling. A little easier, obviously, than the dive. Coming in at more time, but it's a situation where he could have just let that stay fair. Run wouldn't have scored either way. But to take advantage of the fact that Brainy maybe thought he was going to let it roll foul, and he had plenty of time to make that throw for another big out.
First pitch misses downstairs to Broussard. He's 1 for 2, but both of what he's put in play have been rockets off of his bat.
You cannot miss inside and leave a breaking ball up. He's just going to turn on it, shoot it down the right field line.
1-0. In the air, over into left field. That's Clark. Fights the sun and makes the grab. Harwich only gets 1 run across after the first 3 batters reach safely. And Wareham only has to fight down 3-2 entering the home half of the fourth on Cape League TV. Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen!
There hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player. You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
Getting a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNabb. Caden McDonald's day on the mound is done, but not hitting. He still stands in as the designated hitter. First pitch from Luke McNeely misses outside, ball one.
Exits as the pitcher, yeah, as you said, just into the permanent DH role, which we've seen in the previous games he's pitched.
Tried to hold up on the check swing, but he went around. It's got to be fun for him and McNeely now in a spot. You know, it's two pitchers at Florida, but McDonald obviously playing two ways, so getting a bit of a different look, McNeely is, that is, from his college teammate, seeing what he can do with the dish.
Especially since McDonald didn't get a whole lot of plate appearances this past spring.
2-1. Fastball downstairs.
McNeely is working really quickly to him here in this bottom of the fourth, getting the ball back, gets the sign, and pretty much immediately into the windup. Good plate discipline by McDonald, though, to get into this hitter's count.
7-8-9 for the Gatemen here in the fourth, led by McDonald, and that pitch gets all the way to the backstop. Either way, ball four, 5-pitch walk for McDonald to lead off the inning.
Couple of close pitches in that at-bat, but just some that McNeely, I think, was throwing just kind of out of the zone. Now we're going to have a conversation here for Harwich.
That's the manager, Steve Englert, going out there to have a chat with McNeely. Doesn't appear that he'll be taking the ball from his starter, just talking some strategy against this bottom of the order. And it may be the bottom of the order, but McDonald the single in the second, Carnes a double right behind him, and then Cheyenne had the RBI ground out.
And that last at-bat, too, maybe it's because he was facing his college teammate, but sort of what I was alluding to. He was working really quickly, which sometimes can be effective, but just one strike, a swinging run from McDonald. The rest of those pitches not too close to the plate. So getting him back on track here.
Carnes stands in, righty on righty. First pitch swinging on the off-speed. Now behind 0-1. Pitch misses downstairs. Carnes is now 2 of 10 so far this year. Just trying to get that batting average up. 1-1. Misses outside. And it'll be only him and Levi Clark as currently the rostered catchers for Wareham. Mac Rose released earlier today. If his bat can get going, Clark can play the outfield more. Gives the Gatemen a good chance to, really produce the best possible lineup on the field, as well as, at the dish.
Really does, because the pressure on Carnes ratchets up a little bit, because Levi Clark's probably going to be in there pretty much day in, day out, whether that's as a catcher, a DH, or left fielder. And as you said, just now one other option.
Since he arrived, he hasn't missed a game. That's why he's hitting so well, has the single today. Carnes works the walk. Clark's batting average now up to .325 this summer. Carnes has worked a couple walks this season, even with the low batting average. Gets on base again. And here's Cheyenne, bottom of the order. Cruson on deck to turn over through the third time. First pitch to Cheyenne is a fastball down low for strike one. Kennedy's playing nearly on the infield grass. Seems like he's pretty prepared for a bunt, as is Harris over at first. Carnes not being held on. That pitch finds the zone. Cheyenne tried to pull the bunt back. Now behind 0-2.
McNeely's been able to find the plate after a lot of misses against McDonald, and Carnes was missing outside and low, but he's relocated here in this at-bat.
McNeely's 0-2. Fastball. Got him looking. .96 miles an hour, and Cheyenne watches it go by for the first out here in the fourth.
Those last two pitches especially, Cheyenne really looked like he thought were low. Maybe a little bit outside on the second. Not two pitches he really wanted to swing at. A big first out for McNeely, who's been able to find the zone once again.
Top of the order for Cruson. First pitch breaking ball over the heart of the plate. Now behind 0-1. McDonald's on second, Carnes on first. Represent the tying and go-ahead runs. 0-1. Misses inside. One, chopper over to second, could be two. Marsh flips to second, and now over to first, not in time. Carnes out, Cruson safe on the fielder's choice. It'll be on the corners for Levi Clark here in the fourth.
Carnes really went into second hard with the slide. Kind of your job as a base runner in that situation. Obviously with the new rules in place, a little bit more difficult than it used to be, but trying to break up that double play. Cruson obviously has great speed, but a good slide by Carnes into second to make it more difficult for Maloney to turn it.
McNeely delivers. Breaking ball finds the zone. We talked about it in his first at-bat, Cory. Clark just not a whole lot of RBIs, not a whole lot of guys, are coming up to base before him. 3 of his 4 RBIs coming on solo home runs. 0-1, misses low. But now he's got guys on the corners, one of them 90 feet away. Be a big spot to try and tie this game and produce with men in scoring position. 1-1, fouled off.
And that's why Cruson and Carnes teaming up to keep that inning alive was so important. You ground into the double play. Obviously, Clark leads off the next inning with no one on. If you're Clark, you were a little late on that last fastball. I think you take note of the fact that McNeely might go with the breaking ball here, but everything he's thrown throughout his time on the mound lower in the zone.
McNeely is 1-2. Breaking ball misses outside. Clark stays alive and draws the count back to even. Clark, the single back in the third. 2-2, fouls it off and stays alive again.
Another breaking ball right there. If you're Clark, you're going to have to battle. Even that breaking ball from McNeely is pretty elevated in terms of the velocity. So you got that hard fastball followed by the hard breaking ball. If you're Clark, it's just about spoiling pitches as he did right there and waiting for one in the zone that you can really get the barrel of the bat to.
Count stays 2-2. Cory, it feels like this is going to be a big spot in this game. Harwich, lowest ERA across all of Cape Cod. 2-2 delivers upstairs.
You go back to how this inning started. First and second, nobody out, but then a strikeout, the fielder's choice. Already have talked about the ability to come through with runners in scoring position. The Gatemen haven't so far in this inning, but a prime spot for them to, at the very least, tie this game up.
It's also with 2 strikes, and that misses outside to Clark. He works a walk. All 3 men this inning reach on base on balls to bring up Andrew Kane with the bases loaded. Just his 3rd game this summer for Wareham, And what a spot to give these fans a proper introduction.
After a two-hit performance last night, a tough arm you're facing in McNeely. Again, he's been trying to keep that ball down. With the bases loaded, nowhere to put Kane, obviously.
Here comes Conti to talk things over with McNeely. His pitch count up to 73 today. Be interesting to see how long he ends up going in this one. Haven't seen guys pitch that much longer than that. 80, 85 pitches at the maximum. But he's thrown well, 3 2/3. Gave up the 6 hits, just 2 earned runs, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts. His ERA this summer now down to 2.53.
Your Kane, obviously, you got to be aware of that fastball in the mid-90s. McNeely's facing the righties. He's really lived away. Could continue that trend, so it would be in against Kane, and then maybe bury that breaking ball down and in.
First pitch lined into right field and down. McDonald scores. Here comes Cruson. The throw is cut off. And the Gatemen take the lead right back on the 2 RBI single from Andrew Kane. Welcome to Wareham.
It looked like a breaking ball. First pitch that he threw to Kane. He's been effective on that pitch early in this game. The problem was he hung that one, stayed up in the zone. Kane put a great swing on it, stayed back enough, got the barrel of the bat to the baseball, comes through in a huge spot.
And that's going to be it for Luke McNeely. Gave up the 2 runs. His line remains open with men on the corners. Clark at third and Kane at first. And while a new arm warms up here in the 4th, we'll take a break on Cape League TV. Wareham up 4-3 and still threatening here in the 4th. Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
There hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player. You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
Law. Live, life, law. Covering all residential and commercial real estate matters. You live life to the fullest and let us sink law.
Gateman still threatening here in the 4th. Luke McNeely's day done after 3 2/3, and in comes E.J. Nevels. May not be a big name, but has certainly produced pretty well for Harwich so far this summer.
Out of Amherst College D3 school, his 3rd game, 5 innings pitched to 1 earned run. The big 6'4", 200-pound righty. Just watching him warm up, looks like there's a little bit of two-seam run on his fastball. So it'll be coming into righties, away to lefties when he decides to go with that pitch.
And it'll go against the righty McHugh. Gargett stands on deck as well if McHugh can reach base. First pitch misses upstairs, ball 1. Fastball at 95.
Notice the arm slot, too, not really over the top, kind of the 3/4 delivery.
Clark on third, Kane on first. 1-0 count. Pitch to McHugh. Skips upstairs and off of the mask of Conti in an easy 90 feet. For Andrew Kane, he's in safely to second. Now the only force is going to be at first, Cory. Kane moves over to second. Anything that McHugh can put in the outfield should score 2 more runs.
Obviously, Nevels has had a tough time locating his first 2 pitches since coming out of the bullpen.
Seems like the ball might have hit off of Rick Antonio, the home plate umpire, and with Kane advancing, they might be talking about whether or not he's eligible to move over to second. Seems like that's the discussion between the 3 umpires.
Yeah, it was a much different reaction. Kane immediately, shortly thereafter, from that pitch getting away, jogged down to second. Would have been tough for Clark to score to begin with, the shortened backstop, but again, he kind of stayed put right away. So the discussion whether or not it's a dead ball, whether Kane probably be on first or second.
It looks like they're saying that Kane is safe at second. And here comes Steve Engler to talk things over with Antonio. Just trying to explain the ruling here. Sam Finn, the first base umpire. Marvick Gomez over at third. Here comes Gomez to talk things over. Either way, 4-3 lead for the Gatemen. E.J. Nevels on the mound facing Chris McHugh, now quickly behind 2-0. Clark on third, Kane on second. A 2 RBI single from Kane helped plate McDonald and Chase Cruson. McDonald and Carnes led off the inning with 2 walks. It's just the 4th inning, Cory, but 7 hits apiece for both the Mariners and the Gatemen.
They've had plenty of chances, both teams.
Definitely not the offensive game that we were expecting when you look at the matchup on paper. 2-0. Fastball outside. Harwich leading the Cape in ERA, worst in batting average. The Gatemen just gave up 11 runs to Chatham yesterday, right in the middle of the pack for batting average. 3-0 upstairs. 4-pitch walk to McHugh. Brings up Caius Gargett. Here's a spot to break this game wide open.
And it's the guy who went up at the plate, team leader in RBIs, already has a hit and a run scored here tonight. Facing the righty Nevels. Obviously didn't find the plate once in that at-bat to McHugh, but all you need if you're Gargett's 1 pitch, but don't expand the zone.
Here's the first one from Nevels. It misses up and away.
At a certain point, you might be in take mode until Nevels can show you he can get that ball across the plate.
That is ball 5 when you look at it holistically. Now he deals. In the air, shallow infield. Conti trying to make the grab. He's called off by the first baseman Harris, and he makes the play. Gargett not in take mode, leaves the bases loaded, and that ends the 4th inning. Wareham gets 2 back and enters the 5th, up 4-3 here on Cape League TV. Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
There hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player. You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
need to dig, lift, move, grade, clear, or cut, pump, weld, clean, light, and just about anything else, dial up the rental source for the newest and the most reliable equipment in New England. Staffed with equipment and construction experts. Milton Rents, your local source.
As the sponsor of tonight's game, PCT Federal Credit Union is proud to...
It's the 5th inning from Spillane Field, and the Gatemen hold a narrow 4-3 lead over the Mariners alongside Cory Miller, Josh Richardson on hand, Jacob Faulkner back out for his 2nd inning. His first pitch to Tanner Marsh, misses downstairs, ball 1. Missed opportunity in the home half of the 4th for Wareham, left the bases loaded. Caius Gargett popped out to first. Came off of 5 straight balls from E.J. Nevels. Would have been a chance to at least extend this lead. Maybe not officially put things out of reach, but definitely give yourself a more comfortable cushion, Cory.
Yeah, breathing room. And last time we talked about these two teams played, tie game, 9th inning, didn't go the Gateman's way on the walk-off, so any breathing room, a welcome sight.
2-0 misses upstairs, and Faulkner quickly behind 3-0.
This is where you have to, not have to, but really ideally post a 0 if you're the Gateman. Escape the inning with the game tied. Your team in the lead, let the offense go back to work in the bottom half of the inning.
3-0. Fastball, inner half of the plate. Marsh will be a rising sophomore at Liberty. Had 11 doubles, 2 home runs this past season, hit just under 300. 3-1, big swing and a miss.
The movement from Faulkner, especially on his breaking ball this inning, has been really impressive. Some sharp bite to it. Starting to locate it better past 2 pitches.
He hit his first batter and then 2 singles to follow. 3-2 fouled off. That was how Harwich scored that first and only run in the 4th. Scored in every inning but the 1st, when McDonald faced the minimum. Faulkner's payoff to Marsh is chopped foul off of his leg. Marsh hobbles back into the batter's box. Three-2 here in the 5th. Faulkner deals and fouled off. Marsh stays alive and sends that one up over the press box.
This will be the thing with Faulkner. He's got great stuff. He's locating well here, but when you don't have 95 in your back pocket, Marsh doing a nice job to just continue to foul pitches off if they're close to the zone.
Here's the 3-2. Skied over into left field and down. Cruson cuts it off. Yesterday, Marsh reached base 3 times. He went 2 for 4. He's equaled that tally here today with 3 singles.
And that's the advantage. You see more pitches, you get a sense of the movement from Faulkner. Odds increase in your favor. Didn't get a ton of that pitch, obviously, but found some outfield grass. Really good at bat by Marsh to start the inning.
That'll bring up Coonan. He's 0 for 1 with a sac fly. Faulkner deals, pitch misses low. Faulkner's going to have a platoon advantage following Coonan for the next 3 batters after that. 5 straight righties in this Mariner lineup. Only 3 total lefties. Big spot to put up a 0 here for the Gatemen. Breaking ball, outer corner.
Put up a 0, get your offense a chance to get you that breathing room. Already 4 runs for this Gateman offense, so all signs point to them adding on latter half of this game.
Check over on Marsh. Easy toss over from Faulkner. Coonan entered hitting 200, 355 on base percentage. The 0 for 1 brings him down to 192. That ball finds the outer corner again.
Really nice pitch right there. Kept it away, stayed away. Right on that outside corner, located perfectly.
Coonan, the DH today. Usually plays in the infield over at first. 1-2, skies that one into shallow center field. Here comes Chase Cruson, calls off the troops and makes the grab.
Good call by Cruson in center. Going to be a much easier play for him, even though he has a lot more distance to cover than Shane at shortstop, but always easier for the outfielder coming in to make that call on the catch. And a good bounce back out at bat from Faulkner to get that first out.
Seen a lot of those weak contact hits so far today. And going in the favor of both teams. 15 combined hits between Harwich and Wareham. 7 total runs. 4-3 lead for the Gatemen. First pitch misses down and away on Maddox Maloney. One out in the 5th. Deal to home, misses low. Maloney led off the 2nd with a single. He then came around to score off the double from D. Kennedy. It was the first run of the game for the Mariners and put them in front 1-0. Wareham quickly responded in the home half. 2-0. Lined over into center and over the head of Shane. That one hit a little bit harder, and it moves 2 on and 1 out here in the 5th for Harwich.
Maloney's had a nice game so far. That breaking pitch just kind of sat up middle part of the plate. One was sitting on a tee for Maloney. Waited and timed it up perfectly. Hard hit. Still, if you're Faulkner, you have that righty-on-righty advantage, but you really got to be careful about how you locate. Still trying to fire in strikes, but not leaving anything down the middle part of the plate.
I mentioned that he had been struggling a little bit. He was 2 for 18 in his last 4 games entering today. Certainly broken out of that slump. He's 2 for 3 today with 2 singles.
As he talked about, the trust is there from Harwich. Fixture in the middle part of that order, needing him to come through.
0-1 to Conti. Breaking ball misses downstairs. He led off the 4th and was hit by a pitch. Later came around to score. First batter that Faulkner faced today. And now through this Mariners lineup for the 2nd time. 2 on and 1 out here in the 5th. Faulkner's fastball, top corner of the zone. Conti, a product from Wake Forest. Some MLB draft prospects talked about how he has a ton of raw power and talent. He just needs to do it in games. Make some adjustments here, and he swings and misses on the off-speed.
Nice pitch sequence from Faulkner. Went with the fastball, then back to the breaking ball. That fastball plays a large part in getting these hitters off of that slider, especially when Faulkner throws it majority of the time. And a big second out as you try and strand these 2 runners on base.
Now you have to deal with D. Kennedy. He's 2 for 2 with an RBI. More guys in scoring position for him here. Righty on righty, Faulkner deals just outside.
And the approach is probably going to be to keep it away from Kennedy. Don't let him get his hands to the ball and turn through it. It was pretty close to a home run back in the 2nd.
That one over into left center field. 1-0, holds his bat back in the zone anyway. Even 1 ball, 1 strike. Kennedy came in hitting 172. That's up to 226. An OPS just under 700. 1-1. Breaking ball just misses.
Just misses is right. Seen a few of those pitches at the knees go against the Gateman. Faulkner would really love that pitch right there. That ball moving away from Kennedy. Now the whole complexion of the at-bat changes. 2-1.
Faulkner delivers, and he gets that call. 2-2. Harwich has won 6 games really on the back of their pitching. But 4 runs given up through the first 4 innings may need the Mariners to change their approach a little bit. Lowest ERA across all of Cape Cod. Trailing here in the 5th with a chance to tie or take the lead. 2-2. Pass Stripling. Cheyenne gives it a try, and he's going to try and run over to third. It ends up being an infield single for D. Kennedy, and the bases go loaded. Cheyenne didn't really have a throw over to first. He tried his luck at third, but Marsh reached safely.
And it was a smart play, recognizing with Kennedy's speed, you're probably not going to throw him out. And there is always that possibility that that runner in Marsh takes a really big turn around third, thinking the ball got through the infield, maybe trying to score a run. Good job to keep the ball in the infield and not allow a run to score.
It's up to Sam Harris. First pitch, lined into center field. Drifting back is Cruson. Just a few steps ahead of the track, and he makes the grab. Wareham leads him loaded in the home half of the 4th. Harwich does the same in the top of the 5th. And the Gatemen come up to bat still with a 4-3 lead on Cape League TV. Finding a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website, www.rkm-law.com. It's the bottom of the 5th here from Spillane Field, and the Gatemen with a 4-3 lead. E.J. Neville's back on the mound, finishing up his warm-up pitches. But for a little bit more of what's going on down in the grass near where all the fans are is our sideline reporter, Rayna Maggelet.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Mark Pathfinder Epstein, who wrote this amazing book, the first Cape Cod League book in, 23 years, was it?
23 years, Rayna. It's been a long time, long overdue. I've been waiting for a big-name author to pick it up, and no one did. I've written a couple of books, and I have a passion for the Cape League, and I thought it was time to tell the story. It's been a generation. It's shot up to #1 in the world for baseball stories online on Amazon. In the first 30 days, it's been out 2 months. The National Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown picked it up in their library. They adopted it. It's going to be made into a documentary, and Mr. Peter Gammons wrote the foreword. Aaron Judge is on the cover. Zach Netter's on the cover. It's the real deal.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about it. I think the Cape Cod community, there's going to be a big story in the Cape Cod Times tomorrow. They're going to do a full-page feature. And the Boston Globe has written about it twice. This isn't a secret anymore.
Yeah.
This is a great, great book.
Yep, and he's here selling them right at Spillane Field, right over here. So come check it out. Back to you guys.
Rayna, thank you so much. Cory, that sounds pretty interesting, I'd say.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, book about the most historic, prestigious summer collegiate league across the country. Sign me up for that.
While we were talking to Rayna, Landon Stripling flew out to center. So here's McDonald behind 0-2. Neville's deals. Breaking ball over the heart of the plate. Got him looking for strike 3. Cory, are you a big reader?
I do enjoy reading. I don't read as much as I should, because I enjoy reading books, especially about baseball, but it's always a question of finding the time, sitting down, and actually doing so.
Did you read a lot when you were a kid?
I did.
What were the favorites? What were the go-tos?
I do. You remember the Percy Jackson
Oh, of course
series?
I do.
I was big fan, read all of those cover to cover.
Did you watch the Disney Plus show when it came out?
I did not.
Oh. It's a little different, I'll say.
It was a little late for me, too.
Yeah, you know.
At that point, like 15 years later.
Well,
not that long.
It
but,
happens.
Yep.
It was pretty good. I mean, I liked it. I know they're doing one on the second book. That one nearly hits Carnes. He ducks out of the way. Any others? Like, did you read like the Harry Potter books? Like any other like big series or?
Trying to think if there are any baseball books that come to the top of the mind. Read one about the Astros cheating scandal a couple years ago that was really well done.
2-1 misses outside.
That's really cool to have Peter Gammons write the foreword to the book.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously just such a historic baseball name who's been able to document so many historic baseball moments.
Carnes draws a 5-pitch walk.
Oh, you've probably read some good stuff, though.
Yeah, I mean, I've read a few. Definitely kind of tailed off, you know, as I've gotten older. Because that's what school's what ruined reading for me.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, I mean, I read so much as a kid, and then it just, every year, just less and less and less and less.
And it's not the stuff you really want to read either.
Sheehan sends one over into right field. Breeny goes back. It's fading away from him. He makes the catch, and it pops out of his glove. He had it for a second. Here comes Carnes. He scores. Sheehan over to third. And an RBI triple for Vance Sheehan. His second RBI of the day. And Wareham goes up 5-3. It looked like Breeny had that in his glove, and then he tried to show it to the umpires. Sam Finn very quick to say that he lost that in his glove.
A tough break when you're running out of room up against the wall, still fighting the sun. A really long way to go if you're Breeny. First assignment, obviously getting there, trying to make the catch, but then holding on when you have to make a dive, show it off to the umpire. It's another challenge in and of itself. Great for the Gateman to add on a run here, though.
Breaking ball misses down low to Cruson. He certainly had it, at least in his glove originally, and then bobbled out when he hit the ground. I mean, he went, into a complete Superman dive over down that right field line to try and make that play, and then tried to show it to Sam Finn, popped out of his glove. A tough break in right field. Cruson fouls it off.
The Baseball 100 by Joe Poznanski is a book that I just thought of that I've
that's
not
the one?
gotten 100% of the way through, but some really great writing about some of the most impactful and greatest players in the history of the sport.
It's a good free promotion right there.
There you go. I know it's been really successful, too, since he came out with it. I don't know which year, but one of those kind of top 20 baseball books.
2-1 from Nevels, misses high. Sheehan on third. He had the RBI triple. 5-3 lead for the Gatemen. 3-1 misses high. And a 5-pitch walk for Chase Cruson puts runners back on the corners.
The at-bats from this Gateman offense tonight have been really impressive to get on base, and then the second component of that, driving those runners in. It's really been impressive to see what Wareham has done top to bottom across their lineup tonight, coming through in big spots. That's part of the reason why they've already scored 5 runs, not even through 5 innings so far tonight.
First pitch to Levi Clark, misses inside and goes right back to Conti. Cruson advances to second. Cheyenne has to hold at third. Now 2 in scoring position for Levi Clark here in the 5th.
One of those situations where a fastball just fires past the catcher and it kicks off the backstop with some kick right back to the catcher, so there's no chance for Shane at third to come in to score. But now 2 in scoring position for Levi Clark. Nevels has really been hot and cold with his location since coming into this one.
Field renovations kind of shifted everything up a little bit. Backstop a lot higher than where it used to be. Used to come all the way down to us at the press box. And the city of Wareham, the team, kind of put together this new renovation plan, got the dirt infield, got rid of the stone dust. You can still see it along that backstop line, but some new dugouts as well. Really a brand new ballpark.
Really impressive renovations. And I know the team, all the opposing teams have just remarked how much they like playing on the new infield and everything, and what a big changeover it has been.
1-2, breaking ball, chopped over to short. Maloney fields it and tosses over to first to make the play. Another run comes in to score, and the Gatemen extend the lead to 2. It's 5-3 entering the 6th. Cory Miller will take you the rest of the way here on Cape League TV.
Law. Live, life, law. Covering all residential and commercial real estate matters. You live life to the fullest and let us Sync Law. That's synklaw.com. Sync with an I, not a Y. Be selfish. We represent only you.
Sports Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
If you can dream it, if you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group. Protecting the possible.
Finding a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website, www.rkm-law.com.
Back here, latter half of this game at Spillane Field. Mariners and Gatemen 5-3 is the Wareham lead. Alongside Josh Richardson, I'm Cory Miller here at Spillane Field. 7-8-9 for Harwich. Harris, Robbins, Breeny to face Jacob Faulkner, now out there for his 3rd inning of work. 5 hits he surrendered, but just the 1 earned run, 2 strikeouts. First pitch here of the 6 misses outside. We've seen Faulkner vary in terms of his usage game to game, but he has that ability to go multiple innings. Did so while he was at Princeton. Not as much so far this summer. 1-0 pitch now. Just misses low. But if he can post another 0 out of the bullpen like he did last inning, the Gateman offense has continued to churn now. A little bit of breathing room at 5-3. Faulkner's pitch. That one's in there for a called strike 1.
Robbins is one of only a few so far retired for Harwich that hasn't reached base safely today. Good chance for Faulkner to kind of take advantage of that. Struck him out looking in the 4th.
2-1 pitch now. Stays low.
McDonald and Faulkner, the only two arms used by the Gatemen so far tonight. Now a 3-1 pitch at the bottom part of the zone for a called strike 2.
And if that can get you through, 6, 7 innings maybe, I mean, that's really big. Only had to use 3 arms yesterday against Chatham. A lot at your disposal, but that doesn't mean you want to use all of them.
Grounder to shortstop. Sheehan gobbles up the hop, throws to first, dug out by McHugh. Nice pick by the big first baseman, and Robbins is retired.
Nice play from McHugh there. Low throw from Sheehan. Had that internal clock going. Robbins in the outfield. No, we can run a little bit. Still close enough. Looks like that'll be it for Jacob Faulkner. Real solid outing from the righty.
He gets a hug and a few taps from Eric Luxus. Departs after 2 1/3 innings, 1 earned run. So his outing is done out of the bullpen, leaves with the lead intact. No one on, 1 away, top of the 6th. Gateman trying to carry home this lead in the later half of this contest on Cape League TV.
Wareham-based AD Makepeace Company, founded in 1854, is North America's largest cranberry grower and recognized leader in environmentally responsible real estate development and land stewardship. For 171 years, AD Makepeace Company has supported community events and organizations like your Wareham Gatemen. Visit admakepeace.com to learn more.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be the official banking partner of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Cape Cod 5 offers a broad range of financial products and services tailored for every stage in your financial journey. Reach out to us. We're here to help.
For a good piece of glass, call Abby, located at 3 Tyler Ave in East Wareham. Call Abby Glass and Locks about getting a free quote for your windows, doors, locks, and other glass needs.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we know there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. Now that's how we all win. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
There hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player.
Ty Stark, big left-handed pitcher, 6'6" southpaw out of Louisville, takes over on the mound for the Gateman, replaces Jacob Faulkner. Stark now in his second appearance out of the bullpen this summer. Pitched on Sunday against Orleans, was tasked with getting the 2 lefties atop of the Firebirds lineup out. Issued 2 walks, then was pulled before he got an out.
Yeah, and they both ended up coming around to score. So didn't allow a hit, but still a lefty from Louisville that can really produce. He had a bit of a down year this past season with the Cardinals, 8.5 ERA, but before that, his freshman campaign, 3.72. So he certainly has it in him. Last summer, a pitcher for Newport in the NECBL. Had a really nice month of June. Things started to tail off in July, but definitely an arm the Gateman could use.
First pitch here tonight to Nico Brini is right there for a called strike 1. And he has 2 lefties to face. Brini, the 9th hitter, and then Broussard at the top. 2 straight lefties. If he can get the 2 outs, can end the top of the 6th inning. 0-1. Big swing and a miss. Had a breaking ball down low, and it's quickly 0-2. Stark looking for that first out of the summer, and ERA still hasn't registered.
Infinite is what it registers as.
2 of those runs came in to score against him as it's an 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So there is that first out of the summer. A 3-pitch strikeout of Nico Brini to start Ty Stark's outing out of the bullpen.
Seems like Smythe's plan has been, fast and then slower and then slow when you look at pitch velocity. Caden McDonald started off throwing, 90, 93 miles an hour in that range. Jacob Faulkner in the, mid to high 80s. Ty Stark has been really slowing it down at 74 on that strikeout pitch. Wouldn't be surprised to, maybe see Smythe for, the end of this game, depending on how long Stark goes. Go with, somebody that can speed this Mariners team back up and keep them off balance.
Against Orleans, that was Caleb Appleby, who replaced Stark with 2 runners on base in the 7th inning. 1-0 pitch to Bruce Sard, called strike 1.
He wound up going the rest of the game in
He
that
did,
one.
the 3-inning save. Now, those 2 runs against Stark that he had issued walks on did come in to score in the 7th, were charged to Stark. But obviously, the Gatemen got out of the inning, got out of the game, secured that 6-4 win. Pitch to Bruce Sard, way outside for a ball. And we'll see if the decision is to just let Stark try and end this top of the 6th inning, or if the decision's going to be to see how far he can maybe go in the 7th as well. But we're going to lose that advantage more so with the 2 lefties right now with Brini and Bruce Sard. 2 balls, 1 strike on the Mariners leadoff man. Stark misses inside, now 3-1. And as you talked about, Josh, Stark's not going to blow you away with anything, but the movement and that delivery can fool hitters. 3-1 pitch. Slap the other way, right into the glove of Landon Stripling.
Didn't even have to move.
How do you do, Landon Stripling? A hard out, but an out nonetheless. Stark comes into the game, strikes out Brini. Broussard sit down on the lineout. No runs for the Mariners here in the 6th, which means the Gatemen are still up by 2, 5-3 over Harwich on Cape League TV.
The Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency.
Get ready for big results with our small machines. With more power, performance, comfort, and savings. They're ready for every job. And we're ready with plenty of inventory, the best support in the business, same-day parts availability, and locations across the Northeast. So you can always be ready to work. Milton Cat, always ready.
When it comes to protecting your home, car, or business, trust the team that's been covering our community for generations. For personalized coverage and service that you can count on, the choice is easy. It's Morse, of course. Visit morseins.com today.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
A+ repairs smartphones, tablets, game consoles, and computers. Get it done right the first time.
Cape Cod Central Railroad is proud to sponsor the Wareham Gatemen for the 2nd year in a row. Experience the scenic beauty of Cape Cod like never before. Journey through picturesque marshes, cranberry bogs, and dunes on our historic rail line. Whether you're savoring a 5-course gourmet dinner, enjoying a Sunday brunch with a live jazz band, or bringing the family on a narrated excursion, there's a ride for everyone. Departing from Hyannis and Buzzards Bay, visit capetrain.com to book your ride today.
Adam Arthur, the new pitcher on the mound for the Mariners, back here in the bottom of the 6th. 6'3", 175-pound lefty out of Kansas State, making his 4th appearance out of the Mariners bullpen.
He'll face Andrew Kane, Chris McHugh, Caius Gargett, 3-4-5 for the Gatemen. Wareham up by 2 runs. They've scored 2 in the 4th. Continued to add on and have a 2-run lead. Lefty on lefty matchup. Kane had that big 2 RBI single back in the 4th. Following a game last night in which he was 2 for 4 with an RBI. His first hits as a Gateman last night against Chatham. Quickly 2-0 on him.
Arthur, another reason why the Mariners support that lowest ERA across all of Cape Cod entering today, 1.69. He's got a really quick delivery from the left side.
Skied into left field. Robbins jogging after it, and he makes the catch to begin the last of the 6th.
On his leg kick, it looks like Arthur is going to, have a pretty big windup from his left arm, but then, almost kind of looks like he's short-arming it. Keeps his left arm vertical to his body and just quickly delivers. Could get kind of confusing for some of these Gateman hitters, just trying to time some things up.
For the Gatemen, obviously better to face some of these Harwich bullpen arms with the lead as opposed to being behind. They'll have to face 2 straight righties, beginning with Chris McHugh. Swing and miss at that breaking ball. It's 1-1. McHugh has popped out, singled, and walked so far tonight. Another swing and miss at that pitch. McHugh's background in high school was actually as a shortstop before playing a lot more corner infield in college. Battled Vandy transfer Matt Osenfort for the starting first base job over at NC State this past spring. 1-2 in the dirt. But McHugh also played second base before he transferred to NC State. That was over at VCU. And with the Gateman has really slotted in as that first baseman, as Josh talked about, since Ty Daly's departed. 2-2 pitch, misses low.
It's kind of one of those instances where, it's hard to keep a really good bat out of your lineup. So him having that versatility defensively to play anywhere in the infield, it's going to be big for, his playing time in college, but also here this summer. 253 that first year at VCU, 5 doubles, 6 home runs. Jumped all the way up to 365 this past season for NC State.
Full count pitch again, misses outside. And McHugh draws his second walk of the night, reaches base for the 3rd time.
It's that plate discipline. We talked about it, Cory. Wareham right at the bottom of the league in on-base percentage. Batting average pretty good, but on-base percentage, just not a team that draws a lot of walks. They attack pitches early, and that, can sometimes do well hitting, but at the same time can produce some, weak contact. You don't get a whole lot of opportunity to see a whole lot of pitches. 2 walks today for McHugh. Carnes has 2 walks as well later in this lineup.
Gargett fouls it off, 1-1. And as you talked about, swinging early in counts has had some advantages. Obviously, the Gatemen have been able to score runs. Came into this game right in the middle, 5th across Cape Cod in runs scored. But the OBP is certainly lacking. 1-2 now on Gargett, in large part because of a lack of walks. But obviously, things are still working offensively despite being last in walks and on-base percentage. But in an ideal world, maybe there's a happy medium where you can combine both of them, score more runs. Gargett tied up on that swing and miss. He's set down for out number 2. 2 away now for Landon Stripling.
Stripling's 0 for 3 today, but came in swinging a pretty hot bat. Good spot to kind of break out of the 0 for 3 today. Back over the weekend against YD. Right here, we went the opposite way 3 times, 2 singles and a double.
The defense has certainly been there again tonight for Stripling, the nephew of MLB pitcher Ross Stripling. Came into the game hitting .217 with 2 RBIs. Has been swinging a hotter bat as of late. Average a couple games ago was down underneath 200, was sitting at the bottom of the order. Hitting 6th tonight at third base. McHugh's on at first after the walk. 2 away now, and now 1-2 on Landon Stripling. Able to hold off on a pitch in the dirt. And Stripling's a guy who there may not be a ton of power there consistently, but the plate discipline throughout his college career has been there. More walks than strikeouts when he was at Texas Tech. Only had 3 strikeouts in his final 17 games this past spring with Florida. He's worked the count full, so that will release McHugh on at first. Runner on at first, 2 outs, 3-2 the count on Stripling. 5-3 the Gateman lead. Caden McDonald on deck. Payoff pitch. High chopper up the middle. Shading over is Marsh. Throws on to first in time for out number 3. No runs, no hits, and 1 runner left on for the Gatemen. These 2 squads trade zeros in the 6th. Still a 2-run Wareham lead as we move ahead to the 7th on Cape League TV.
Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
There hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player. You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
If you need to dig, lift, move, grade, clear, or cut, pump, weld, clean, light, and just about anything else, dial up the rental source for the newest and the most reliable equipment in New England. Staffed with equipment and construction experts, Milton Rents, your local source.
As the spot.
Back here in the top of the 7th from Spillane Field on Cape League TV with Josh Richardson. I'm Cory Miller. The Gatemen in search of a win to get back on the right side of things after last night's loss against Chatham. Ty Stark gets the ball again in the 7th, facing Marsh, Coonan, and Maloney. 2, 3, 4 in this Harwich order. First pitch to Marsh is a called strike 1.
During that break, Cory, we were a little surprised to see Stark head back up onto the mound. Not that he did anything wrong in his first inning of action, but just 5 straight righties for the Mariners. Something we've seen a lot so far this season has been Ryan Smythe, trying to utilize that platoon advantage, whether it be offensively, stacking a lineup full of lefties against a righty or vice versa. Same thing on the pitcher's mound when he sees a long string of one side of the bat coming up to the plate, but rolling with Stark here. Can't really blame him. He pitched a really nice 6th.
Strikeout of Brini. Broussard lined out. This feels like maybe sort of a prove-it inning for Stark against the righties he'll face here. Starting with Marsh, who he's gotten ahead of 0-2 to begin the 7th. Pitch from the lefty. Slap foul. There is a right-hander warming in the Wareham bullpen. So the leash for Stark potentially not too long in a 2-run game. in his second game as a Gateman. Another 0-2. Weak roller up the middle. Sheehan shading. Sheehan throwing to first in time for out number 1.
Nice toss to reposition Sheehan back up the middle. Made a good stop. Good catch, good throw, good play.
Brings up the DH Jake Coonan. Out of this game with the average right at 200. No hits for him so far tonight. Did have a sac fly in the third, but does have home runs in 2 straight games he's played in, just like Levi Clark of the Gatemen. It's only 2 so far of the summer for Coonan. Shows bunt, pulls back, takes a called strike 1.
Looks like there's 2 arms warming up in the Gateman bullpen as it stands now. One of them, Lazaro Calera. The other seems to be Caleb Appleby. No surprise to see Appleby. Calera has also pitched in some late inning high leverage spots.
And on the hands, bloop down into foul territory. McHugh into foul ground, makes the catch with his glasses popping off for out number 2.
Nice catch. That's difficult. Had to grab that one over his shoulder, moving away from first base and into the outfield, but stuck with it. Good concentration and a good play made.
And Stark has looked effective here in the 7th, and in an ideal world for Ryan Smythe, Eric Luxus, maybe you give Calera a clean 8th inning, Appleby a clean 9th inning. First things first, Stark has to get through Maddox Maloney, who was a pair of base hits tonight. First pitch he sees in this at-bat, fouled straight back. And you wonder, especially after that gritty performance, Appleby showed the 3-inning save over Orleans, getting out of the jam in the 7th. Is he your de facto closer now every other day if he does pitch here today?
His ERA is down under .08, so I'd hope so.
Quickly 0-2 on Maloney. The big righty's been really effective out of Austin Peay. The bullpen picking up where they left off last night for the Gatemen. Effective so far. No one on. 0-2 with 2 away. That one just misses a hair outside. Count goes to 1-2 on the Mariners shortstop Maloney. Stark in his first full inning of work out of the bullpen. Tie the first 2 hitters of this frame. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Nice looking breaking ball from Ty Stark. Sets down the Mariners in order in the 7th. He's faced 5 batters. He's retired all of them. Clean frame so far from the lefty for the Gatemen. 5-3 Wareham is where things stand. We played 6.5. Time to stretch here at Spillane Field on Cape League TV.
Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency.
Get ready for big results with our small machines. With more power, performance, comfort, and savings. They're ready for every job. And we're ready with plenty of inventory, the best support in the business, same-day parts availability, and locations across the Northeast. So you can always be ready to work. Milton Cat, always ready.
When it comes to protecting your home, car, or business, trust the team that's been covering our community for generations. For personalized coverage and service that you can count on, the choice is easy. It's Morse, of course. Visit morseins.com today.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team.
Getting late here in Wareham, 5-3 Gateman lead, possibly looking for some more insurance as they look for their 7th win of the summer. They split the first 2 against the Mariners. McDonald, Carnes, and Sheehan, 7, 8, 9,
facing the lefty. Arthur back out for his second frame out of the bullpen.
Arthur was solid in the 6th. Just the walk to McHugh. Got out of that pretty quickly.
Similar to Ty Stark, he now faces 3 righties before getting back to a southpaw at the plate. McDonald has singled and walked tonight, mixed in with a strikeout. Wareham off of that 11-6 loss to Chatham last night. Harwich had a 2-2 tie against Hyannis. 2-1. McDonald clubs that one high in the air to right field. Brini twisting and turning, moves back and makes the catch for out number 1. Brings up Carnes. We talked about he had struggled 1 for 9 in his first 3 games as a Gateman, but a double in the 2nd and then walks in the 4th and the 5th. He's had a strong game.
Can't complain about that. You know, he just got here, was settling in a little bit, came in late, but today he's really produced. Great candidate for a breakout. Just try and keep this momentum rolling. Gateman, you know, hopefully can pick up a win. Just need another 6 outs to do it.
And the Gatemen coming in from a game yesterday, obviously 11-6, a tough loss, but the bat still produced. May not have looked like it given the final line score, the 11 runs from the Anglers, 1-1 pitch now. Now 2-1 as it stays low, but Ryan Smythe was saying how they were a couple swings away from making it a 2-run game, and the Gatemen never gave up in that one despite trailing by 9 in the early goings.
I was going to say it was 9-0 after 3 innings, but they kept fighting back. They cut the lead nearly in half. It takes a lot for a team to not give up at the plate. You know, you go down by that much that early. It can be easy to just kind of wash away that one and, you know, just kind of give up. They didn't do that.
Hitting coach Mike Mobbs called it a mark of professionalism. A 2-2 offering now to Carnes as he smokes that one back up the middle. It's down for a base hit. Broussard over to cut it off. Carnes trying for 2. The throw there's not going to be in time. Carnes on its 2nd with his 2nd double of the game. He's reached base in all 4 plate appearances.
How about Hunter Carnes? 2 for 2 with 2 walks and 2 doubles.
That'll play.
He came here to play, that's for sure. Now you got a guy into scoring position for Sheehan, less than 2 outs. After him, the top of the order. Just a nice shot over into right center.
He's gone the other way twice for both of his doubles tonight.
Yeah, the other one was a lot further down that right field line and kind of towed with the foul pole, but kept it fair. That one, to have the hustle to stretch that into a double. Broussard got there kind of late, but, you know, a lot of other players would just kind of stop at 1, be happy with the single. No, he wanted to stretch that out, get his 2nd extra base hit of the day.
Shane went the other way back in the 5th, the RBI triple. 0-1 here after the foul ball against Arthur. Big swing from the Gateman shortstop. As the offense has been solid once again for Wareham here tonight, looking for more to put this game out of reach. Mike Mobbs talked about it after the game last night. This team valuing every single at-bat regardless of the score. Gateman out in front by 2 here tonight. And it's certainly not easy to bounce back from a tough game like last night when everything seemed to be going right for the Anglers and wrong for the Gatemen, but here they are. Out in front of the Mariners. 1-2 pitch to Sheehan. Swing and a miss. Chase to pitch down and inside. He's set down for a big out number 2.
And it really kind of has just been like an every other day type thing when you look at it over these last week or two. Bad loss against Chatham, good win at Orleans, picked it up 6-4. Day before that, you're tied 3-3 back here against YD. 3 unearned runs come in to score in the 9th, lose 6-3. Before that, you go into Brewster. You beat him in a pitcher's duel 2-1. Just kind of playing both ends of that seesaw you can stay on one side and just keep, rolling over some wins, start a momentum, had that 3-game win streak earlier this year. You have a chance to get it rolling today if you can hold on to this win.
Again, really trying to find that consistency. Hyannis and YD, the two teams that have really been able to find that across the Cape League. Brewster a little bit as well. Those are the 3 teams over 500. 1-1 to Cruson is down low. Batting here with a runner on at second and 2 away. Sunsetting here in Wareham. Pretty sunset.
Oh, really beautiful.
Right
night,
over
yeah.
Spillane Field.
Can't complain about this view, Cory.
Not at all. Gateman trying for another run here in the bottom of the 7th. Cruson comes up empty on that hack. The top of the order, Cruson is singled, reached on the fielder's choice and walked. So a productive day in his second game of the summer as the leadoff man after a 2-for-4 performance last night. 2-2 slapped right back.
Well, both of his leadoff, games have come against Harwich. So certainly somebody that Ryan Smythe likes at the top of the lineup when playing the Mariners. Hayden Yost gets the day off. Cruson, somebody that's usually been playing either in left or right, gets the start in center today. He's made the most of it. Single and a walk.
Another 2-2 and another foul ball. Cruson just getting a piece of it. Also feels like some of the guys who played well last night got rewarded. Cruson elevated in the order after 2 hits, leading off. Andrew Kane was bottom half of the order, had 2 hits last night. He's now hitting 3rd tonight, up from 5th. And Ryan Smythe has been rewarded in that faith. Another 2-2, stays low, full count. Waiting on deck is Levi Clark.
Levi's hitting second, but Levi always hits second. You kind of need him to.
Cruson may be a second option with Braden Randall, Hayden Yost, or third option as a leadoff man. Full count pitch. Weak grounder down the first baseline. Harris charges, flips to the covering Arthur, and they get Cruson in time for out number 3. So the Gatemen strand the 1-out double by Hunter Carnes. Can't bring him home. Still holding on to that 2-run lead through 7 innings we've played here at Spillane Field. Wareham looking for win number 7 of the summer on Cape League TV.
Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
There hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player. You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
With the Gatemen leading 5-3 over the Mariners, a lot of the discussion Josh and I had yesterday in the game against Chatham was that it was the first Wareham game without Ty Daly, had meant so much to this Gatemen lineup. So obviously, who goes about replacing him? Bryfogle hitting in Ty Daly's spot, 3rd in the order last night. Tonight it was Andrew Kane. And they've just played a couple of games with the Gatemen thus far, but both of them making a big impact.
Recreate him in the aggregate, Cory. Recreate him in the aggregate. Bryfogle, his first game against Orleans, 2 for 3. Had a triple and a walk as well. Struggled against Chatham yesterday, but it's only his second game of the season. Kane had 2 hits yesterday. He's gotten 2 RBI single today. These are 2 guys that, if Ryan Smythe can pencil into the middle of the order, produce for him, it'll make, losing Ty Daly for the rest of the summer sting a little bit less. Obviously, that was one of the top bats in this Gateman lineup day in and day out, but you got to move on. The question is just who can step in and, do their best to fill in his shoes.
Love that caption, too. Arizona. Shout out to our producer, Abby Smith, for that one. Both appearing in Omaha for the College World Series with the Wildcats this past spring. New arm is Lorenzo Calera, pitching the 8th for the Gatemen. First pitch starts out Matt Conchi, the catcher, with a breaking ball for a called strike one. Calera in his third game, the second outing for the right-hander from Miami, much improved from that first outing. The ERA sits at 3, 1 earned run across 3 innings of work. 0-1. As the bat goes flying, it's past the outstretched glove of Stripling. Sheehan's off-balance throw to first is in time. Dodging shrapnel and making plays. A great one to start the 8th inning for the Gatemen.
That is the best defensive play that I have seen Vance Sheehan make this season. That might be the best defensive play that I see throughout the entire summer, Cory. I mean, he had a broken baseball bat coming right at him. He had to field it. Stripling's dive, might have gotten in his line of vision a little bit. He kept his focus and delivered a long throw across the diamond for the first out. Nice play.
Stretch from McHugh on the back end, too, but all around, what a great job to get a big first out. Leaves no one on for Deke Kennedy, who's had a really productive game for Harwich. Kennedy, who popped 11 homers, 43 RBIs at Kansas State this past spring, has a double and a single tonight. 2 singles, that is. 1-0 pitch to him is down. Spent his freshman year at Texas, 40 starts for the Longhorns, hit just .209. But certainly improving on that 172 batting average after tonight's performance. Quickly 2-0 on him. Calera's 2-0, in there for a called strike one. The plan perhaps for the Gatemen is to have Calera throw here in the 8th and let Big Country, Caleb Appleby, come on in the 9th, try and earn a save. Now 1 out in the top of the 8th. Kennedy skies that one. Shallow right field. Playable for Kane, who makes the call and the catch for out number 2.
Good call to kind of move Gargett off of that ball. It's a lot easier for an outfielder to come in than infielder to move backwards and kind of backpedal into the shallow outfield. Good second out. As of right now, Cory, nobody warming up in that Gateman bullpen. Saw Appleby, moving around a little bit earlier, but unless he's kind of coming in, he's already made his way over here. Could be Calera's game to finish. You never know. A lot of options for Ryan Smythe out of the bullpen tonight.
This is Calera's 3rd game of the summer. He does have a hold across his first 2 outings. 1-0 pitch to Sam Harris. He produces a high pop-up, drifting out of play down the third baseline. Harris in 4 games for Harwich entering play, 3 of 14, hitting .214. After a .297 campaign at Duke this past spring. So a battle of 2 ACC players, one on the mound, one at the plate. And a 1-1 from Calera. Rolled to the second baseman, Gargett. Steps in, throws to first in time for out number 3. An easy inning for Lazaro Calera. 3 up, 3 down, pair of ground balls, and a flyout. The Gatemen just 3 outs away from getting win number 7 of the summer. Stay tuned to Cape League TV. Law. Live, life, law. Covering all residential and commercial real estate matters. You live life to the fullest and let us Sync Law. That's synklaw.com. Sync with an I, not a Y. Be selfish. We represent only you.
Sports Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen Field.
Go Gateman.
If you can dream it, if you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group. Protecting the possible.
Bottom half of the 8th set to get underway here at Spillane Field. 5-3 Gateman lead. Just 3 outs away from securing a win. Arthur's day on the mound is done. Harwich turning to another righty, Olin Johnson out of UNC, to try and keep the deficit where it is.
He's only appeared in 1 game this summer for the Mariners. Pitched just 1 inning, gave up 2 runs. 18 ERA as it stands right now. Of course, just the 1 appearance. 2 walks as well, struck out just 1. So if you're going to have a spot against the heart of this Gateman order to kind of give your defense a little bit more insurance, this is a great opportunity to. Clark, Kane, and McHugh due up. Even if you just get 1 more run across, you feel a lot more comfortable with double the lead in just 1 inning to play.
The bats for both of these teams have gone quiet over the past couple innings, but always a chance for runs when Levi Clark steps up to the plate. He is a base hit and a walk with a ground-out strikeout across his 4 trips to the plate so far tonight. Off of that home run performance last night, his 3rd of the summer. To lead the Gateman in that category, he's now tied for 3rd in the Cape with 3 home runs. First pitch he sees from Johnson. And it's 1-0 on Clark. Clark went the opposite way last night. At first off the bat, looked like maybe it was going to be a fly ball. Then it just kept carrying all the way back to the wall. His 2nd opposite field home run of the summer. 1-0 pitch, he takes high.
In as many games. I mean, that was something that Gateman hitting coach Mike Mobbs talked about, was Clark just has easy pop. You know, it may not look like it's going to go that far, and you set up for it to be a fly ball and, medium depth in the outfield, and before you know it, it's over your head and out of the park.
It's quickly 3-0 on him. And he says he doesn't have to put his best swing on the ball. It can still go over the fence, but Mike Mobbs, incredibly complimentary. Talked about how Clark has incredible work ethic, has incredible strength. The bat speed sticks. He is prep every day. Doesn't take a single day off. And it's paid dividends for the Gateman ever since he joined the squad. Provided the pop. He scored runs, the team's leading run scorer. After the foul ball, it's a 3-1 pitch on the way. On the ground to the shortstop, Maloney. Slings it across in time for out number 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is his 11th game this summer for the Gateman, Cory, and he already has a hit today. So when you look at it, only just 2 appearances that he was hitless for that day, against Falmouth and then against Brewster last week. Other than that, hit in every game. He's on a 4-game hit streak now. It's a big-time bat for the Gateman, moving in and, nearing the midway point in this season.
Hoping that one of these Arizona players, as we call them, Andrew Kane, can be another big bat. That's a hit tonight, drove in 2 runs in the 4th, pair of flyouts and a ground out as well. 1-1 on him now. A guy who in Kane was his high school's career scoring leader, Ironwood Ridge High School. Originally committed to Washington State for baseball before moving to Arizona, where he grew up. Number 2 third base prospect in Arizona, according to Perfect Game. Takes low for 2-1.
Shifted Pac-12s just for it not to exist anymore. Well, not completely, but as a major conference.
Where he hit 247 and 43 games started for the Wildcats this past spring. Chopped down the first baseline, lands foul. You've already seen his versatility in the games he's played in. Seen him at third and right field tonight. Had to adjust to a switch to first base during the collegiate season. Has played left field, played a little center field in high school.
He played left field in his debut and made 2 diving catches.
So the versatility is obviously there. As it's a 2-2 offering on the way. Loops that one into left field. It hangs up for Robbins to settle under and make the catch for out number 2. Two quick outs for Johnson out of the bullpen. Next to hit is Chris McHugh, who's walked in back-to-back plate appearances.
Even if you don't get anybody to come across here with 2 outs in the 8th, you have a 2-run lead. Harwich hasn't scored since the 4th. Got to feel pretty good about, the pitching staff, the bullpen arms that have come into play. It's a good spot to just lock down 3 more outs. Grab that 7th win of the year.
0-1 pitch here to McHugh. Way outside. This kind of feels like the classical offensive performance from Wareham that we were talking about last night. They consistently get you about 5 to 6 runs. So if the pitching staff can maybe bend but not break, you're really going to set yourself up nicely to win ball games, and it's been a solid pitching performance. 1-1 here to McHugh. Comes up empty on that hack. No one on, 2 away. Bottom of the 8th, 5-3 Gateman. And now 1-2 pitch to Chris McHugh. Hard hit on the ground right at Maloney. Stays down, fires across on the money for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down go the Gatemen in the bottom half of the 8th. They have the Mariners down to their final 3 outs, trying to close things off when we come back on Cape League TV.
If you need to dig, lift, move, grade, clear, or cut, pump, weld, clean, light, and just about anything else, dial up the rental source for the newest and the most reliable equipment in New England. Staffed with equipment and construction experts, Milton Rents, your local source.
As the sponsor of tonight's game, PCT Federal Credit Union is proud to root for the home team. We're thrilled to offer great rates on auto loans, home equity lines of credit, and so much more. Visit us on Cranberry Highway in West Wareham.
Reed Custom Soils, a subsidiary of the AD Makepeace Company, is New England's most experienced precision soil blender. Reed is the leading provider of the lightweight planting soil for green roof installations, stabilized stone dust for nature paths and pedestrian walkways, bioretention rain garden soils, and specialized soils for athletic fields, including your newly renovated Spillane Field. To learn more, visit reedcustomsoils.com.
This broadcast is a copyrighted production of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Any unauthorized duplication, retransmission, or other use is strictly prohibited. The Gatemen 3 outs away from a win. Here at Spillane Field, 5-3 they lead over Harwich. You look at the line score throughout the first 8 innings of this one. 5-3, 10 hits for Harwich, 9 for the Gatemen. Across the rest of the league, the Anglers over the Whitecaps, YD and Falmouth playing a close contest. Cotuit 11-1. That's the worst team in the West on top of the best team in the West. And then Bourne over Orleans to round out the rest of the action so far tonight.
Yeah, Chatham gets the win over Brewster. That Brewster game, YD and Hyannis, all 3 of those games went final. Cotuit got the mercy rule. YD and Brewster called just due to sunlight in 7 and 8 innings respectively. So YD and Falmouth end that one tied. Chatham gets the win. Something to note, Falmouth now 7-7-1. A win would put Wareham 7-8-1, or 7-8, excuse me.
Lazara Calera back out on the mound after a 3-up, 3-down 8th, trying to shut the door in the 9th. Facing Robbins, who swings and misses quickly behind in the count 0-2. Robbins, Brini, and Broussard.
Seems like they're really content with letting Calera just try and finish this one out. Don't blame them either.
1-1 offering. Just missed the zone right there. Thought maybe we'd see Appleby 1-2 the count. The way Calero pitched in the 8th, why not trot him back out there? 1-2 pitch, a breaking ball dips outside. This game for the Gatemen, a chance for them to obviously get back in the win column, but try and build some momentum, string together a couple wins, and really stand out away from the rest of the teams that are really hovering around 500 across the Cape. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Carnes applies the tag. 1 out here in the top of the 9th.
Well, you got to get to 500 before, you separate yourself from other teams that are at that mark. This is a good place to start for the Gatemen. Get that win, you're just a game below. Then you have back-to-back against Bourne. Even with the win, Bourne would just go to 5-9-1 on the season. So certainly have the record advantage there, and you have 2 of them, a home and home. You can pick up 2 wins there. Have a pretty nice 4th of July weekend.
And that's the thing, you have, after those games with Bourne, 2 more against divisional opponents. Kyle Wolf, the pinch hitter, replaces Nico Brini, hitting 9th in the order. Wolf at .250, a homer, 5 RBIs this summer for Harwich. But you have 4 straight divisional opponents, and that's a situation where wins and losses can really start to matter because it can create some separation and change throughout the standings. 0-1 pitch to Wolf. Tap foul.
And when you look at it, the 2 against Bourne, hypothetically, let's say you close out the win tonight against Harwich, you move to 7-8 on the year. You have 2 against Bourne at 5-9-1 if they hold on. Then you have Falmouth, who you already beat 4-1 this year. Then you have Katuitt, who you lost to. They're still, record-wise, the worst team in the West, worst team across all of Cape Cod. Golden opportunity for the Gatemen.
0-2 pitch, sails high. And Katuitt, the way they've been able to bounce back from that tough start, they've gotten back into the mix of things a little bit in the West. That game over Hyannis, but I think the Gatemen might take, given the Harbor Hawks, another loss. 1-2 the count on Kyle Wolf, the pinch hitter, hitting from the right side. No one on, 1 away. Calera's breaking ball misses outside.
There's still a lot of season left to be played,
there is.
Cory.
Approaching the halfway point, so things start to come in to focus a little bit, but there's so many teams, again, hovering around that 500 point that you'd really love to rack together a win streak like the Red Sox were able to do. Shoot up those standings. 2-2 pitch. Misses just low. And the count goes full with the top of the order and Trey Broussard on deck.
But there's 2 ways to think about it, right? You can think about it one way, there's so much season left to play you don't have to worry about, game in and game out here. But you could also think about it, there's so much season left to play. Every game matters so much more because you can create that separation. It's big chances like that can, really make or break your year. You can't let anything go by the wayside.
The Gateman dugout wanted that 3-2 pitch to go their way, just missed on the outside corner. So Kyle Wolf draws the free pass as a pinch hitter. Will be replaced by the pinch runner. Bristol Carter coming in to run for Kyle Wolf. And that brings the tying run to the plate here in the 9th.
Well, no surprise for Carter coming in this spot. Leads the team with 10 stolen bases. Double the team lead. Now here comes Lexus to talk about things with Calera.
Calera retired the first 4 batters he saw. First 3 in the 8th, all 3 in the 8th, I should say. First one here in the 9th before issuing the walk to the pinch hitter Kyle Wolf.
This is a huge spot. The top of the order is really what has burned Wareham today. Not necessarily Broussard. He's just 1 for 3.
Couple of lineouts mixed in there, though.
But Tanner Marsh, 3 for 4, a double, 2 singles. Those are the bats that you really have to worry about. It'll be interesting to see how long of a leash Luxus and Smythe have for Calera and see what they elect to do. Let's say Broussard gets on base, but you're still in a spot where you can produce a double play, but there's no doubt in my mind that at some point in this at-bat, Bristol Carter will be on the move. It would be a crime to not take advantage of his speed.
And who was lead at first? Calera comes home. Broussard shoots it the other way and into center field for a base hit. Carter holds up at second as Cruson gets the ball in. One pitch, a base hit, and all of a sudden, the tying run's on base for the Mariners.
And the go-ahead run is now at the plate, and the guy that's 3 for 4. This is a big spot now. Luxus just came out to talk to Calera. It looks like he's not going to migrate from the dugout just yet. So it'll be up to his righty to try and finish this thing out. Just 2 outs away. Close the door.
Here's Marsh. Big swing at that first pitch. Pops it foul. As Josh mentioned, the 3 hits tonight, most recently a ground ball to short, but before that, 3 straight singles, and now his 4th game as a Mariner this summer. 2 on for him, 1 out, top of the 9th. Caleras, 0-1, hard hit up the middle. It falls in front of Cruson for a base hit. He gets it in quickly. So the Mariners content to play station to station, but the bases are loaded with just 1 out.
The good news is that it creates a force out everywhere. The bad news is that the bases are loaded.
For Jake Coonan.
Still no movement. A lot of trust going into Calera here.
A walk and then back-to-back singles. Now it's the Princeton DH, Jake Coonan. A sac fly, other than that, 0 for 3. First pitch he sees from Calera is a breaking ball on the outside corner for a called strike 1.
Those 2 hits came on fastballs, especially that first one, to really get things moving here. Got that, and keep a guy like this off your fastball with a nice breaking pitch is crucial.
That one in the dirt, smothered by Carnes. No advance by the runners. Bristol Carter on at third. Pinch ran for Kyle Wolf, who drew a pinch hit walk. Broussard, a base hit up the middle. Same thing for Tanner Marsh. All on base for Coonan. 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss. Calera pulled the string on a nice breaking ball to get that second strike of the at-bat.
And you've got your 2 fastest guys in scoring position if you're Harwich. Carter at third, most stolen bases, obviously. Unless he tries to steal home, that's not going to come into big effect. But Broussard has less than half, but still tied for the team, second on the team with 4.
That pitch in the dirt. Carnes got enough of it to keep it in front of him. So the count goes to 2-2. Reddy has started to throw in the Gateman bullpen, just getting loose. Calera trying to nail down this win for the Gatemen.
2-2. Capitalize ahead in the count with 2 strikes.
Kicks and fires to Coonan. Way high on a fastball. Count moves full, nowhere to put the Mariners DH, and it's Maddox Maloney waiting on deck.
This is not how you want to give up the run. If you give up the run, at least make Coonan beat you. He doesn't have a hit today. Don't give up a free pass.
Full count pitch on the way. Spoiling that one was Jake Coonan. Fouls it out of play. You'll see another pitch.
Looks like it won't be Maloney either. On deck, Shintaro Inoue. Looking for that platoon matchup there. Inoue, of course, the lefty.
Right now, would be about to be a full count pitch again from Calera, but Coonan called time.
I get that you've given, if you're Calera, I get that you've given up 2 straight hits, but you have to go back to something in the zone and make him swing. Trust your defense.
3-2 pitch again. Swing and a miss. Went with a breaking ball. Coonan comes up empty on that hack. The Gatemen 1 out away from a win.
Exhale, exhale, exhale. Get this guy out. Carter's run does not matter. Broussard does. He's on second. He's still in scoring position. Now that there's 2 outs, anything that Inoue hits, if it can get into the outfield, it's going to be close to see if any of these Gateman outfielders can, have a throw, even if it's a relay and it's cut off, to try and gun down Broussard. It's going to be a Just get this guy out so you don't have to worry about it.
The pinch hitter Inoue, Calera steps off. Comes in hitting 174, 4 hits and 23 at-bats, just 1 RBI. Replaces Maddox Maloney with 2 hits tonight. Inoue is a talented bunter. There's 2 away. The base is loaded in the 9th. That first pitch in the dirt that is. Carnes smothers it. So Harwich opting to take Maloney out of this one in favor of the platoon advantage. Bases are loaded, 2 away. Calera and the Gateman an out away. A 1-0 pitch. Inoue takes just outside, and it's 2-0.
Carnes tried to put a good frame on it. Just couldn't pull it in enough. Got to deliver a good pitch here, 2-0.
Calera deals. Hard hit up the middle, off of the glove of Calera into center field. 1 run scores. Here comes the tying run to the plate. Broussard crosses, and this game is knotted up at 5.
Two out hitting. That's what it was right there. It was 2 out hitting from Inoue. It was a slow roller that was just placed perfectly back up the middle. It didn't get to Cruson quickly. It allowed Broussard to, be on the move on the crack of the bat. He came around to score. And now this one's tied.
And the go-ahead run now at second base. That's Tanner Marsh, Conti the batter. Breaking ball in the dirt, trickled away from Carnes, but not enough to warrant an advance. It was hard hit up the middle. Really a tough play for anyone to make, but once it got past Calera, no chance for the infielders. And as you said, Josh, with the speed and scoring position, enough for Harwich to score both and tie this game up at 5. Still 2 runners on. There's a called strike on a breaking ball. Calera at the very least now trying to limit the damage, escape the inning with the game tied, and give his guys a chance to walk it off in the 9th.
Honestly, I'm surprised he's still in. But you got to take advantage of the spot here.
Pitch to Conte, fouled straight back, 1-2. Well, you wonder how warm many of these Gatemen relievers would have been. They had just looked like started to get loose after Harwich loaded the bases.
But even then, you have the leadoff walk, and then Luxus comes out to talk to him, gives up 2 singles quickly.
1-2 pitch. That one barely missed the zone. Calera was headed to the dugout. Gateman fans in attendance objecting to that call.
That was close.
And they'll do it again, this time on 2-2. Just missing a hair. Calera wanted that pitch. 2 on again. 2 outs. Runners take off as that pitch is fouled straight back. The Gateman came into this inning leading by 2. Calera back out for his second frame out of the bullpen. Strikeout, a walk, 2 singles, another strikeout, and then the pinch hit single by Inoue tied this game up at 2. They're a strike away from getting out of the jam. Runners on first and second, 2-strike pitch. High chopper up the middle. Sheehan ranges and steps on the second base bag in time for out number 3. The Mariners tie this game up at 5. A walk and 3 base hits, all deadlocked as we move ahead to the bottom half of the 9th. If the Gatemen want to win this game, they'll have to do so in walk-off fashion. Could be a thrilling finish. Stay tuned to Cape League TV.
Legacy Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency.
Get ready for big results with our small machines. With more power, performance, comfort, and savings, they are ready for every job. And we're ready with plenty of inventory, the best support in the business, same-day parts availability, and locations across the Northeast. So you can always be ready to work. Milton Cat, always ready.
When it comes to protecting your home, car, or business, trust the team that's been covering our community for generations. For personalized coverage and service that you can count on, the choice is easy. It's Morse, of course. Visit morseins.com today.
If you need to dig, lift, move, grade, clear, or cut, pump, weld, clean, light, and just about anything else, dial up the rental source for the newest and the most reliable equipment in New England. Staffed with equipment and construction experts, Milton Rents, your local source.
As the sponsor of tonight's game,
After a 2-run Mariners rally, they've tied this game up at 5. The Gatemen trying to walk it off after they coughed up the 2-run advantage. Olin Johnson back to work on the mound. Deals in a called strike one to Caius Gargett. 5-6-7 for the Gatemen here in the bottom of the 9th.
When you look at the last few games, it's a good spot in the order to have up. Gargett, a home run against Orleans. Stripling's been hitting a hot bat. His last time here, that was, and then McDonald can obviously get on base at a high clip.
Bristol Carter stays in the game, the pinch runner in right field. 0-2 pitch to Gargett. Gets underneath of it, fly ball into center. Broussard started back, now in, settles under it to make the catch for out number 1. Inoue, who replaced Maloney, he moves to second, so Marsh now at shortstop. The defensive changes for Harwich. So no one on, and now one away for Landon Stripling. 0 for 4 so far tonight. He's been swinging a hot bat lately. First pitch he sees from Johnson in this at-bat. A breaking ball misses outside.
You don't have to win it on one swing. Just put together productive at-bats. That's how you've scored your runs today. Just continue to do more of that.
Stripling in on the hands, pop up in foul territory. Kennedy ranging, he's got plenty of room, and a quick out number 2. So now it's Caden McDonald. After the fly out and the pop out, McDonald started this game on the mound, transitioned to the DH after he exited the contest as a base hit, a walk, strikeout, and fly out tonight.
We've seen him hit a lot of home runs in batting practice. One right here would be pretty nice.
First pitch he sees from Johnson. Breaking ball at the knees, called strike 1.
But again, he comes in with a .476 on base percentage. He already has a single and a walk today. Just find a way to get on base and just keep the line moving. Hunter Carnes has had a really nice day behind you with 2 doubles. Just think about next man up.
22 combined hits between these two teams. We're tied up at 5 in the bottom of the 9th. Big swing and a miss from McDonald on a breaking ball.
Yeah, he was swinging for the fence right there. He wanted to end it.
Johnson looking for a 3-up, 3-down bottom of the 9th. He's got McDonald in a 1-2 hole. Pitch here. Rolled to the left side, charging is Marsh. Fires to first, wide of the bag. McDonald will turn and head for 2. He's going to get there and hold up. Life for the Gateman in the 9th. The throwing error by Marsh puts the winning run in scoring position.
Sometimes, Cory, it's better to just be lucky than it is to be good. Props to McDonald for running out that ground ball. I mean, that was a routine. At least it was at the start. And then, you know, a tough throw over from short.
He just moved over there.
It's a different throw than it is anywhere else on the infield. You have to get used to it. Hunter Carnes has had a great day. They're going to walk him.
Braden Randall will pinch run for McDonald at second. So with the intentional walk, there's runners on first and second, and a chance now for Vance Shane to be a hero.
Yeah, I mean, Carnes is 2 for 2, 2 doubles and 2 walks. Can't really blame Harwich for electing to do that. Shane did have that RBI triple over into right field. So he's shown that he can go the other way with it. There's a big gap between second and first here.
First pitch to Shane. Johnson misses just low.
If he can put something on the ground and go the opposite way, there's a lot of real estate. Randall has some speed, 2 outs. He'll be off with the crack of the bat. And a chance to walk it off.
Vance Shane at the plate right now. It's a fastball in the outside corner for a called strike 1.
You have to think that he's going to attack some of those outside pitches.
Johnson retired the first 2 hitters in the ninth, a fly out and a pop out. McDonald got to second on the air by Marsh, the intentional free pass to Carnes. Now 1-1 to Shane. Rolled to the right side, charging his Inouye. Fields cleanly, throws to first in time for out number 3. So a 2-out rally from the Gatemen goes by the wayside. Can't scratch the winning run across here in the ninth. 9 innings, not enough to decide this one. We're headed to extras here in Wareham. Tied up at 5 between the Gatemen and the Mariners on Cape League TV.
Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
There hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player. You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
A thrilling finish hopefully in store between these two teams back here on Cape League TV with Josh Richardson. I'm Cory Miller. Tied up through 5 after the Mariners plated 2 in the top of the ninth. The Gatemen had a chance to walk it off in the ninth. Shea in the ground out, and Harwich got out of it. It's now into the 10th inning. Extra frames between these two squads. Patrick Galley, the right-hander, on the mound for the Gatemen.
Galley's pitched in a lot of big spots this season for Wareham. You know, it's early, but for the most part, he's had a lot of success. The one time that he didn't, though, was in extra innings against Katuitt. That second game of the season. He pitched a great 9th inning, and then he came back out for the 10th. Gave up the 2 runs. Kettleers walked off the Gateman, but you have to pitch like that guy on second doesn't exist. Just focus on the guy at the plate. It's the biggest thing you can do. This is a huge spot. You do not want to give up this game.
So the ghost runner starting on second in these extra innings. Worth reminding people that only 1 extra inning will be played. So if the game remains tied after both the top and the bottom half of the 10th, it will remain in a tie. Harwich is used to these tie games. 6-6-2. Wareham, no ties to their record so far. Conti, who ended the ninth. Starts on second. D. Kennedy's the batter. A 5-5 game now in extra innings. Top of the 10th. Kennedy, 3 singles and a flyout. Corner infielders are in, guarding against a potential bunt. Galley into the game on the mound. First pitch of his outing. Breaking ball. It's in there for a called strike one.
And that's the thing when you're the road team is, yeah, you can bunt and move the guy over to third, but you don't know how many runs that you need to put up yet. You kind of have to treat it just like any other inning where, you know, a hypothetical leadoff man gets a double and you just go from there. Can't cap yourself to just trying to score 1 run.
An 0-1 pitch to Kennedy. Check swing. Hit the bat. 2 quick strikes on the Mariners' third baseman. 1.93 ERA for Galley out of Ole Miss. Was one of the Gateman players to travel down to Citi Field and play in that All-Star game against the Futures League. Back here with the Gateman tonight in a big spot. Ghost runner on at second. No one out. Top of the 10th. 5-5 game. And an 0-2 pitch to Kennedy. Fastball that whistles outside. Corner infielders back up now with 2 strikes on Kennedy. That first out with a runner in scoring position in these extra innings, so crucial. Galley got the first 2 strikes after that ball. Comes home. Swing and a miss. Got it by the swinging Kennedy. Big first out for Galley and the Gatemen.
All right, do that again.
It's a simple formula.
Unproductive outs. That's all you have to do if you're Galley. Keep him over at second. Give yourself a chance to win the game in the 10th.
Cooper Harrington is the pinch runner on at second. Replaces the catcher Conti. Stands there with 1 away. And the lefty Harris up at the plate. Fastball is in there for a called strike 1. Obviously going with more speed at second in these extra innings for the Mariners. After the strikeout to Kennedy, Galley's gotten ahead of Harris. 1 base hit and 4 trips to the plate tonight. Now the 0-1 coming from Galley. Swing and a miss. Galley pumping in the heat so far, ahead of Harris 0-2. Two quick strikes on Harris. Galley kicks, fires, way high. Harris in his 5th game with the Mariners. Again, 1 for 4 entering this at-bat. Galley got Kennedy swinging to start the 10th. After the ball upstairs, it's a check over on the runner at second. No one was covering, but Harrington will scamper back regardless. Here in extra innings at Spillane Field. 2-run rally by Harwich in the 9th to tie it. Now here in the 10th after a scoreless bottom of the 9th. Runner on at second, 1 out. A 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Harris down swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts for Patrick Galley to begin the 10th.
1 more. 1 more out. And let your offense win it.
The Gatemen will have the top of the order due up in the bottom of the 10th. And right now, the work done by Galley.
With Shayan on second, who's no slouch for speed.
They have to set down Aiden Robbins first. Struck out in the 9th, his last time up. 0 for 4 tonight. Galley on the mound, Harrington on at second. And the first pitch, a half-hearted swing by Robbins. He broke the plane. Galley's been pitching a lot back end of the bullpen for the Gatemen this summer. You got to think this is what they envisioned when they drew up that formula. 2 strikeouts with the ghost runner on at second, trying to strand him here. Keep this game tied. 0-1 the count on Robbins. Here comes that pitch. Misses low and inside. Here in extra innings, top of the 10th. Cape League TV. Go ahead, run at second, 2 outs. Pitch from Galley misses low. 2-1 on Aiden Robbins. Galley set the first 2 batters. Kennedy and Harris down swinging. Behind in the count here on Aiden Robbins. Looks to the runner at second. Now comes home. Way high. Carnes jumping up to get a glove on that one.
Big stop from Carnes behind the plate. Just a little bit of a lost fastball there.
Bristol Carter, who pinch ran in the 9th, waits on deck. Here, though, it's a 3-1 count on Aiden Robbins. Runner on at second. Ghost runner here in the 10th. Galley's 3-1. Getting underneath of it was Robbins. High pop-up down the right field line. McHugh after it in foul territory, and it lands untouched in foul ground. Harrington will have to jog back to second, but a missed opportunity to get out of the inning.
That's a really tough play, but that's one that the Gatemen are going to want back. Had a couple guys converging over to that right side of the foul pole, and
McHugh was closest to it. Gargett came in at the last moment.
It looked like Gargett kind of called off McHugh because he was going to have the best run at it and just dropped before he could get there.
So it is a second strike on Robbins, so it's a full count on the Mariners' left fielder. Galley trying to get out of the inning. Ghost runner on at second, 2 away. 3-2 offering. Outside and high. Ball 4. So Robbins reaches first on the walk. The inning continues. So now here's Bristol Carter.
That runner doesn't hurt you. You'd like it to be an out, but it's certainly not the worst case scenario. And now a chat between Luxus and Galley to just make sure that they're on the same page.
All the infielders will join them. Carter once again came in. Pinch ran in the 9th after Kyle Wolf drew the pinch hit walk, scored a run, the 4th of the game for the Gatemen. A conference on the mound. Galley got the first 2 outs of the 10th via the strikeout. Came so close. Robbins, that foul ball, landed in foul territory untouched. Lost him on ball 4. So the inning continues, and now it is Bristol Carter, his first at-bat of the game. Luxus back to the dugout. His right-hander will step back on the mound. Again, a chance to retire Carter, escape the inning unscathed, and give his team an opportunity to walk it off in the bottom of the 10th with that ghost runner starting at second. He's got to get through Carter first. Righty on righty matchup, 2 runners on, 2 away. Top of the 10th. First pitch to Carter. Up and in, off of the glove of Carnes. Both of the runners advance. And that go-ahead runs 90 feet away.
That was how the tying run came in to score off of Galley against Katuitt. Was on a wild pitch. It skipped to the backstop. Kettleers took advantage, scored that tying run, and then walk-off single later in the inning.
That margin for error just decreases with that run 90 feet away.
Significantly.
1-0 from Galley. Just misses that inside corner. It's ball 2. Broussard in the top of the order on deck as Galley looks to get out of the jam. The ghost runner started on second. The walk to Robbins, both advanced on the wild pitch. 2 balls, no strikes on Bristol Carter. Galley kicks and deals. In the dirt, Carnes can't locate it, but smothered it enough to keep it from going to the backstop. But it's 3-0 on Carter.
Got first base open, but you don't want to load the bases when Galley is clearly just not having full control of his arsenal. Fastball's just getting away from him.
Those first 2 hitters look so great. Set him down.
Yeah.
Kennedy Harris, and then Robbins got to 3 balls.
Things change when you get to 2 outs.
That missed pop-up will come into factor here. It's a 3-0 pitch to Carter. Inside, ball 4. The bases are loaded for Harwich.
No one is actively throwing in the Gateman bullpen either. Which at this point, I guess makes sense. You're not playing more than 10 innings of baseball anyway. It's going to be Galley or nothing.
He only needs one more out, and a tough out it will be against Broussard. 2 hits tonight. Scored that tying run in the 9th.
Some of those outs have been loud outs, too.
Nowhere to put him. Bases are loaded, 2 away. Top of the 10th, first pitch, way inside. And a credit to the work that Hunter Carnes is doing behind the dish right now to keep everything in front of him.
Galley got that fastball up to 95. But it doesn't mean much if you can't control it. Just keep it around the zone. He doesn't have a whole lot of credibility to try and get Broussard to chase at something when he can't locate.
Is 1-0 here. Breaking ball. Relocates right there.
Nice pitch.
1-1. Broussard came in at 216, as we talked about. A nice day here today. 3 runners on for him. The bases are loaded. Galley got the first 2 outs on strikeouts. Back-to-back walks since. Can he strand them all here? 1-1 now. Outside. And it's 2-1. Nowhere to put Broussard. Prime opportunity for the Gatemen if Galley can get out of this inning unscathed. Finding the count 2-1 to the leadoff man, Broussard. Here's that pitch. Misses outside once again. 3-1 on Trey Broussard. Nowhere to put him.
Can't find the zone. I mean, 1 run doesn't break you, but
makes a walk-off a lot harder.
Yeah.
And once again, nowhere to put Broussard. Marsh on deck. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Galley's 3-1 pitch. That one just misses the zone. Broussard draws the walk. It walks in, the go-ahead run. Harrington in to score. And it's 6-5 Harwich.
All right, just limit it to 1 at this point. Don't make it any more difficult to come back.
Marsh singled in the 9th. Now up to 4 hits. Righty-on-righty matchup. Bases still loaded with that go-ahead run in. That one in the dirt. Carnes blocked it and then caromed off of Tanner Marsh. No advance from the runners.
If Marsh wasn't in that way, that might be the second run of the 10th inning coming in to score for the Mariners. The Gateman just caught a big break there.
Robbins on at third. Carter at second. Broussard at first. Bases are loaded. Galley trying to find the zone. The 1-0 pitch. Went with the breaking ball. A good one. 1-1. Wareham will start the bottom of the 10th. Off with that ghost runner on at second. Now down by a run. Galley's 1-1 pitch. Another breaking ball. Another called strike.
Marsh was just kind of daring him to get to 2 strikes, and then you'll really start the at-bat then and there.
Galley a strike away from getting out of this jam. Can he give his team at the very least a chance to tie it in the 10th? Big pitch, bases loaded, 1-2. Outside, gets by Carnes, not enough for an advance from Robbins at third.
Broussard thought about advancing, and then he realized, wait, there's nowhere for me to go.
Yep. Once again, the now shortened distance between home plate and the backstop. Coming in handy for the Gatemen, but playing with fire. Was 95 on the gun from Galley, just couldn't locate it. What does he go with here? 2-2 with the bases loaded. Weak tapper down the third base line, Karamine foul. Stripling touches it, and they'll do it again.
That's a really heads-up play from Landon Stripling. He waited for that to drift into foul territory, and if he grabbed that just a half second earlier, that's a fair ball and a really tough play at home.
Took that hop at the last minute, drifted foul.
Good decision.
Has that force at any base, but with guys running on contact, would have been tough to get anyone out. Once again, it's Marsh against Galley. The bases are loaded, already a run in the 10th for the Mariners. They lead 6-5. Galley trying to escape the jam. Kicks, fires on 2-2. Half-hearted attempt, they appeal to the field, and Marsh just held up.
Now you've got another payoff. You just had him at 1-2.
Nowhere to put him either, and the runners are released on the payoff pitch. Mariners trying to add on for more. Galley trying to end the top of the 10th. Big 3-2 pitch on the way. Breaking ball. It's in there for a called strike 3. Galley comes through in the 10th, limits the damage to just a run. The Gatemen now down to their final 3 outs. They start with a runner on at second in the bottom of the 10th. Stay tuned to all the action for a thrilling finish on Cape League TV.
Wareham-based AD Makepeace Company, founded in 1854, is North America's largest cranberry grower and recognized leader in environmentally responsible real estate development and land stewardship. For 171 years, AD Makepeace Company has supported community events and organizations like your Wareham Gatemen. Visit admakepeace.com to learn more.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be the official banking partner of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Cape Cod 5 offers a broad range of financial products and services tailored for every stage in your financial journey. Reach out to us. We're here to help.
For a good piece of glass, call Abby, located at 3 Tyler Ave in East Wareham. Call Abby Glass and Locks about getting a free quote for your windows, doors, locks, and other glass needs.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we know there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. Now that's how we all win. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
Haven't lacked for any excitement here at Spillane Field. It's now 6-5 Mariners. Took advantage of the ghost runner on at second to start the 10th. Galley got the first 2 outs, but then lost control. The 3 straight walks to walk in a run. Ultimately escaped the jam, but now it's the Gatemen down to their final 3 outs. They start with the runner on at second with the new arm on the mound for Harwich. It's Tazwa Butler trying to seal the deal.
You have to get a guy in.
And I guess, Josh, the big question is, does Kruston, the leadoff man, drop a bunt down, maybe play for the tie, or do you let him swing away and try and play for the win? But it's the bigger risk if you can't advance the runner.
Look, at this point, you have the top of your order coming up. If this game was tied, I would say drop a bunt down because that represents the winning run. But you can't play not to lose. You have to play to win at the end of the day. And you're in a spot where you have the top of your order, Kruston, Levi Clark right behind him, Andrew Kane to follow. Those are some of the best bats in your lineup. At least they have been over the last few games, few days. Trust them to come up clutch and produce in a big spot.
Shane will start the inning at second base. Represents the tying run. He ended the 9th. Now in the bottom of the 10th, on at second. Again, this game, if it ends in a tie after this inning, it ends. There will be no more extras if the Gatemen get that tying run in, and that's it. But obviously would love to walk it off here at Spillane Field. Butler, the pitcher out of Kansas State, faces Chase Kruston, the batter. Reached base 3 times tonight. Corner infielders are in. Before the first pitch, Butler looks Shane back to second.
Well, you know what, Cory? Hayden Yost has replaced Levi Clark in this lineup, so he's on deck. And now that does change my approach a little bit. I mean, that's the best bat in this Gateman order that got taken out for defensive reasons. I would drop this bunt down.
That pitch in the dirt, smothered nicely. Mackin Winslow replaces Cooper Harrington behind the plate. Harrington pinch ran as the ghost runner. for Conti in the top of the 10th. So 1-0. The count on the leadoff man, Crewson. Runner on at second. Another one skips in the dirt. Another block by Winslow. How about that? You're just into the game. 2 big blocks.
That's a great block. Sheehan was ready to move. At first, it looked like he thought that one got away from Winslow, and he recovered quickly to retreat back to second, but
this couple of fastballs bounced in front of home plate.
A lot of catchers, that's getting by. And then you don't even have to worry about a bunt.
Crewson in a hitter's count takes a called strike 1. That tying run stands at second. Sheehan the ghost runner. The Mariners capitalize in the top of the 10th. The Gatemen trying to follow suit in their half of the 10th. Crewson came in at 227. Single in the first, strikeout, fielder's choice, walk, and a ground out. For the Gatemen center fielder, waiting on a 2-1 pitch. Takes a fastball, called strike 2.
At some point, you got to swing.
Tazewell Butler, the new arm on the mound. Entering this one, 5.40 ERA in his third game now of the summer. Sheehan on at second in scoring position as the ghost runner. Now 2-2 to Crewson. Gets underneath of it. High pop-up. Drifting onto the outfield grass. Robbins underneath of it, down to a couple knees. He makes the catch for out number 1. So an unproductive out. And now here is the pinch hitter, Hayden Yost. Replaces Levi Clark. Yost has slowly but surely started to get the bat going. And at the very least, you do have a platoon advantage now.
This is a lot of trust that you're putting in Hayden Yost in this spot. His bat's been getting hot, so hopefully you can capitalize off of that. But I understand the move, taking out Clark defensively for that purpose, but you don't replace him in the lineup anywhere. That's a big bat that you're missing out on in a spot like this when you need offense.
A breaking ball called strike 1. Obviously, in an ideal world, you would have gotten out of that top of the 10th unscathed, and then the replacement, Yost to Clark in left field, wouldn't have been as big with the winning run on base. Now that just represents the go-ahead run. 0-1 pitch here from Butler. Big swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 on Hayden Yost.
Yost has gone yard already this year, and it came against Harwich. Certainly something to note.
Trying to recreate that magic here in the 10th. His team's down by a run after blowing a 5-3 lead in the 9th. Runner on at second, it's Sheehan. 0-2 pitch. Yost checks the swing, lays off on a pitch in the dirt. Andrew Kane waits on deck. Chris McHugh follows him. First things first, though, Hayden Yost, the defensive replacement into the game, his first at-bat. Led off the contest yesterday for the Gatemen. In extra innings here, the tying run on at second. 1-2 pitch. Just misses low. That time it was the Harwich dugout.
That's got a lot of excitement over there.
Few close pitches the Gatemen thought should have gone their way late in this game, but the strike zones remain fairly consistent from Rick Antonio behind the plate. From 0-2 to 2-2. Sheehan at second. Butler comes home. Yost swings and misses. 2 big outs to start the last of the 10th, and now the Gatemen are down to their final out. Andrew Kane just joined this Gateman team. Only a couple games under his belt. In a big spot here with the tying run on at second and 2 away. Butler trying to seal the win for Harwich. Kane trying to keep this game going and bring in the tying run. First pitch he sees. Backs him off the plate. A ball inside. A base hit for Kane in the 4th. 3 flyouts and a ground out. He has driven in 2 tonight. Hitting 3rd in the order. Arizona Wildcat up at the plate right now. Sheehan, the ghost runner, on at second. 6-5 game. Pitch here. That one catches the inside corner. And a big strike one on Andrew Kane. Gatemen down to their final out here at Spillane Field. After a late game rally by the Mariners to plate 2 in the ninth, tie this game, go ahead in the 10th. Can the Gatemen respond? A 1-1 pitch to Kane. Fouled straight back. He's down to his final strike.
Just keep battling.
Butler has come on in the 10th. Gotten the first 2 batters he's faced, Cruson and then Hayden Yost. Andrew Kane, the right fielder. Down to his final strike, tying run on at second, bottom of the 10th. Butler kicks and deals. That one misses the zone. Kane at the plate represents the winning run. Shane at second, the tying run. With 2 outs, the Gatemen down to their last out. Last strike. Andrew Kane against Tazwell Butler. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Karam's off of McCann. Throws to first in time, and that'll do it. The Harwich Mariners down by 2 runs in the 9th. Plate 2 to tie it. Scratch across the go-ahead run in the 10th. And they shock the Gatemen here in Wareham, 6-5. The Mariners take it.
Not even down to their final inning, down to their final out. 2 outs in the 9th. So many chances. Had guys on base in the home half, too. Opportunities to get out of that 10th without giving up a run. Cory, we're going to get down the season, and, we're going to get into, late July, early August. Wareham is still a very good team. They've beaten a lot of, some of the top teams across Cape Cod, and we might look back at this game when they're fighting for a playoff spot on, the last day of the season, second to last day of the season. And, maybe if things don't go the way that they should have, this is definitely one that you can kind of circle on the calendar and point. Just some of the disappointments from this year.
A game of what ifs, no doubt. What if you don't allow the 2 runs to score in the 9th? What if you get out of the 10th without allowing a run? Ultimately, it doesn't go the Gatemen's way, 5-3, and a tough loss, especially when you look at what happened last night, and out away from bouncing back, getting the win, and now you have 4 straight against West Division opponents.
Yeah, and now you have to capitalize on those matchups. 2 against Bourne, then Falmouth and Katuitt. Those are all games that Wareham is capable of winning. Of course, everybody's capable of winning like any given day, but you have to do your best. You have to try and win these games, and it all starts tomorrow. Take it 1 game at a time. First matchup against Bourne this year. Show them that this team is a lot better than the 6-9 record.
The Gatemen drop a heartbreaker, 5-3 to the Mariners. They fall to 6-9 as we wrap it up from Spillane Field. For Rayna Maggelet, wishing her a happy birthday, our producers Abby Smith, Chuck Luarasi, and Josh Richardson. I'm Cory Miller saying good night from Wareham. They drop this one in extras, 5-3 against the Mariners.